eruption underway. We are awaiting to hear from officials there on the ground as far as it relates to evacuation orders and those things. So we are keeping a close eye on that. We're also keeping a close eye on winter weather this morning. I want to give you a live look at the White House right now. Here, 1 minute shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour, and you can see a beautiful blanket of snow there on your screen. And that's where we begin our newscast this morning. The latest video coming in from our content partners at Fox News. Millions across the country this morning bracing for heavy snow and frigid temperatures as 3 different winter storm systems move in. The first major storm swept across the mid-Atlantic Tuesday. Well, this Wednesday morning, more bad weather is expected. Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes joins us now with the details.
I'm excited for the snow days. Hopefully I don't have school tomorrow.
Heavy snow wallops the nation's capital, creating a messy commute home for millions. It's the first of 3 winter storms forecast to sweep across the nation this week, impacting multiple states.
What's your plan?
Well, classes are canceled today, all remote, so I think I'm just going to stay in for the night.
In the D.C. area, snowfall led to students and federal workers going home early. Senate voting on President Trump's cabinet picks was also postponed. Icy conditions had officials telling people to stay home and avoid travel so crews could clear roadways and lay down salt.
And how long are you on shift today?
As long as it takes. We're here until the roads are cleared, until it's wet pavement.
In Virginia, where the governor declared a state of emergency, freezing rain is expected. Schools and government offices were closed. Up to 10 inches of snow is expected in some parts of the state, including ice accumulations of up to a ½ inch, stoking worries of possible power outages.
What's good about it, as far as what the snow is concerned, good money. Good money.
Meanwhile, a separate storm is moving into an area stretching from Kansas to the Great Lakes. Heavy snow and dangerous cold is expected to start Wednesday.
I had no idea it was even supposed to snow tomorrow, but honestly, if it's going to be this cold, it might as well snow.
Dang, I don't want it to snow. That's a bummer. It makes it harder for me to get to class because I walk and it takes longer.
Here in Madison, snow totals could reach up to 8 inches by the end of the week. Temperatures are not expected to climb over the 20s. In Wisconsin, Kennedy Hayes, Fox News.
All right, Kennedy, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as millions brace for heavy snow and frigid temperatures this Wednesday morning, as you can imagine, Department of Transportation crews working around the clock. Fox Weather putting this out on X, saying, quote, Department of Transportation crews were back at it last night as heavy snow blanketed the Northeast overnight. Here with this video they provide, it's a live look there in Stafford, Virginia. You can see salt trucks and other emergency trucks working to maintain the roadways. Well, that's where we want to head right now, checking in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC, as they do have team coverage this morning.
And it is a post-snowstorm Wednesday in the D.C. region. DMV waking up to several inches of snow as Mother Nature delivered yet another round of winter weather.
In fact, this is a live look across our region right now. You can see that snow stopped falling, but the snow is still very much visible on our roadways, our sidewalks, and grassy areas.
A lot of the schools are closed today. Federal government's on a 2-hour delay. All the closings and delays will scroll on the bottom of your screen throughout the morning.
You can also find them on our fox5dc.com, our website, or our Fox Local app. And we have live team coverage ready for you this morning. Our crews spread out across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. We'll check in with Mel, Maureen, and Stephanie throughout the hour.
All right, Annie Mae on road duty. As always, Taylor and Tucker tag team in the forecast. So let's start things off with Chief Meteorologist Tucker Barnes. My kind of storm. Tuck came in fast and going to leave quickly, hopefully.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And the snow coming down for hours and hours. Got going about between about 1 and 2 across the Washington area and just wrapping up early this morning. We'll show you the snow totals here in just a second, but you pretty much hit the bullseye, right? What we thought here. All right, looking forward here, believe it or not, the next round is rain showers, and we'll talk more about that. But we do have some showers in the forecast by late this afternoon and early this evening, as it's going to be just a little bit too warm to support much of anything else here. over the next couple of days. Temperature's going to warm up. All right, 33 in Washington. Mostly numbers below freezing across the region. So what you have out there is certainly going to be on the icy and slippery side. Make sure you're very careful, even on roads that have been paved. Some of them can have ice on them early this morning. Last of the snow showers getting out of here. We are going to be mostly cloudy today. Again, we should generally be dry this afternoon, and we'll get some showers as we get into the late afternoon and early evening. For more on our snow totals, let's hand it off to Taylor.
All right, thanks, Tucker. So here's how things are shaping up. We just got these totals in within the last 30 minutes. Reagan picking up on 6.3 inches of snowfall, Dulles 4.9, BWI at 3.8. So Reagan winning the award for the most snowfall out of the area airports. And I do have another map that's showing exactly a breakdown of some of the areas. We have a lot to get through today. Bethesda at 5.5 inches, Alexandria 5.5, Fairfax at 6.2, and then Burke, Virginia at around 8 inches. Marissa, Andy May.
All right, thank you. 6:02. We'll take a look there at your Wednesday morning commute. This is what it looks like for you in terms of your overview. Closer look there, Virginia 7 east and westbound in 7 corners. Currently, that's going to be closed due to pole and wires down in the roadway from an overnight crash, actually between US 50 and Columbia Pike. So definitely an area you want to avoid today because it is closed. But keep in mind the potential for those slick roadways in several areas throughout the DMV. That includes, of course, your main roads, your secondaries, as well as your neighborhoods. Marissa?
Good advice, Annie Mae. The snow causing issues for area Metro buses. Metro says about 40 bus operators operated their bus and reported that they were unable to proceed with their scheduled trips last night due to the deteriorating weather conditions. Now, Metro is operating on a severe snow plan at the moment, meaning many of those routes will be impacted.
All right, continuing our team coverage now after the D.C. region got hit with another round of snow.
Our Melanie Allick is live this morning in Silver Spring, Maryland, giving us a check on road conditions there. Mel, good morning. How are things looking?
Hey, good morning. So look, we're doing a little bit of slipping and sliding here just on Kersey Road, and we're in a pretty big truck with very large tires. And so you can see sort of what some of the conditions are here as well as we are trying to make our way up the street. And so definitely this is one of those streets that has not been plowed yet. And it can be a little slick going. We're going up a very slight uphill. And these are one of those things like when you don't have snow on the road, you don't realize sometimes there's hills in your commute. And so for some people in their neighborhoods, it might be a little tricky getting out this morning. But then when you get to the main roads, it's really looking pretty good. The main roads we've seen mostly are clear down to bare pavement and wet at this hour. Also want to let you know Ride on Bus operates today on an S service plan. Weather-related delays and detours are possible. Now let's show you some video from other areas of Montgomery County this morning. Here we saw some snow plows coming through the neighborhood streets. This one in the Woodmont neighborhood making a first pass, getting to pavement pretty quickly, then putting down salt. We found a couple of moms in Silver Spring out shoveling their driveways and sidewalks before dawn. Why are you out here this morning having to do this?
Because my husband is going to work. So I need to help him. He's running late.
And what are you going to do after this?
After this, I'm going to sleep again.
Exactly. So Kamala there also saying, you know, she doesn't mind getting up, and she said to help her husband get out to work this morning. Her husband telling us he works down in Charles County and had a tough time getting home last night, and then again having to get up this morning, clear off the car, shovel the driveway to go back to work again. He works in dialysis, a very important job. So look, everybody does what they have to get their loved ones where they need to go this morning. And Kamala also telling us that the snow at this point is not terribly heavy. It didn't take her very long to shovel the driveway and the sidewalk. So I would say if you feel so motivated and you can get out there this morning, it will be a little bit easier for you than if you wait until all that snow gets trampled down and stuck on the sidewalks with people and dogs and kids who are walking on it. So that is the latest from here. We're going to keep checking the neighborhoods, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Got it. What a fine, Mel. I love to see her helping her husband out in that way. We want to get out to Stephanie Ramirez now, who's checking things out in Virginia.
All right, she's in Alexandria now, cruising around the area and checking the road conditions there. Morning, Steph.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, Alexandria City Public Schools did not get an actual snow day because they are on a virtual learning schedule today. But I want to show you what the area looks like. So this is King Street to my side here. You can see the main roads are clear, but Alexandria City High School, it looks like it has been plowed over at least once. But when you look at the roadway here, guys, clearly there's plenty of snow and it is thick and it is wet, good enough to chuck a snowball, hopefully not hit the camera there. But we know that this was a big issue during the last snowstorm in early January, right, where this stayed on the ground and froze over. It's not clear if that's going to be the same issue today because we're talking about rain. So if another cloud comes through here and melts, it looks like they should be able to return to class tomorrow morning. I'm no expert, though. Don't quote me on that. But it is different all across the Commonwealth. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin calling a state of emergency before the snowfall to be able to move resources around. We know by I-95, the Springfield interchange, there were some issues yesterday trying to navigate that area during the snowstorm. It's not an issue this morning. Everything's clear, but the last alert did say that the express lanes, the ramps to the express lanes are closed. And earlier in Fairfax yesterday, we were talking to folks headed out to get the last minute essentials before the snow really got heavy, and it looks like Apple Jacks were included in that. Take a listen to this. Oh, okay. Well, we'll play that for you later on. Guys, do want to also note that Fredericksburg, VDOT area, and the Fredericksburg area, VDOT is asking folks, please delay your travel until later in the day. A lot of residential and secondary roads look like the school here, so they're asking folks just stay home if you can. The main roads look clear, but they're working on everything else. I'll send it back in to you for now.
Stephanie, thanks very much. And a reminder of this Fox 5 snow day, you can catch your forecast on the go on the Fox Local app, which you can download by scanning the QR code, or you can find it in your app store. It's good on your smartphone, or you can download it to your smart TV. And you can just keep an eye on the weather conditions and, of course, catch all our shows online. Marissa?
Yeah, it's good to keep it handy.
All right, and we appreciate Fox 5 DC for that detailed team coverage as they are giving us a live look around the Northeast at winter weather. Right now, giving you a live look outside of the White House, 611 here on the East Coast. Just want to further show you the DC winter weather conditions. That's not the only area, though. I want to take you out to New Jersey. You can see a beautiful blanket of snow there. No one out at this time. Sometimes you actually see people running there along the pier. Walking the dog maybe, but this morning they're like, hey, we'll let the back door open, let the dog go out that way. We're not going to really do a lot of walking bright and early as it's really slick. And then you can kind of see towards the left of the screen the ice that has accumulated, further showing why this is so severe and such an important topic this Wednesday morning. We do have another look I want to give you. This takes us out to Detroit, and you can see how this arena there has been impacted by winter weather as well. It's also very windy. You can see the camera shaking rapidly back and forth, just further showing the wind gusts and wind chill impacting winter weather conditions this morning. So you can see from D.C. to Jersey to Detroit, millions of people are impacted by winter weather conditions this morning. 6:12 here on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 6:14 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a good look at your screen at this hour. We are following some breaking news. Right now, Central Florida on high alert as law enforcement hunts a double murder suspect across the country. Police say they tracked Scott Mitchell all the way from New York to DeLand. Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish joining us live this morning outside the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. Morgan, good morning to you. We're learning this suspect is considered armed and dangerous.
Good morning. That's right. Yeah, deputies say that Scott Mitchell is likely walking around. So this is a picture of him on your screen. And if you see this man, you're asked to call 911 as soon as possible. Now, officials haven't released too many details about their search, but the last update that we've gotten was that Mitchell was actually walking around West DeLand. So deputies say that they've actually received several tips, but none of them had turned out. And so far, the only one that has been found so far is his white pickup truck, which investigators say Mitchell ditched sometime Tuesday. Now, he's wanted in connection with a double murder more than 1,000 miles away in Binghamton, New York. Binghamton police tell us that they found 2 men dead inside a home a week ago. And that discovery came 2 days after those 2 men, who police say knew each other, have been reported missing. And now people that live here in DeLand say they're on high alert.
They had quite a few pictures on the news, so yeah, just if I'm on the lookout, make sure I call 911 and let someone know that we've seen them.
Now, Mitchell is 50 years old. Deputies say that he's 5'11" and about 210 pounds. We know that he also has blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair. And these pictures shared by a sheriff's office in South Carolina actually show that Mitchell had a beard, but they say that he recently shaved it off. Now, like you said, Mitchell is considered armed and dangerous. So again, this is a picture of him on your screen. And if you see him, you're asked to pick up the phone, call 911 as soon as possible. And of course, let officials know exactly where you saw him. For now, reporting live in DeLand, I'm Morgan Parrish, Fox 35 News.
All right, Morgan, always a pleasure to have you on the show. For many people, this is so alarming. From the Big Apple all the way to the Sunshine State, most times you see someone in a close area in close proximity, but my goodness, traveled several thousand miles. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great and safe rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. And as we discussed the Big Apple related to that breaking news headline, I want to take you out to the Big Apple, a live look outside of our Fox television studios in New York City here at 617 on the East Coast. And you can see how right there they are dealing with winter weather of their own. The trees out front, icicles, and also snow there along the roadways. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, a live event underway, which takes us out to London, England. The Director General of the International Institute for Strategic Studies presenting the annual Military Balance Report this Wednesday. It details an assessment of the military forces, personnel numbers, equipment inventories, and defense economics. Let's listen in.
After Russia's aggression, international support will have to increase significantly beyond current levels to ensure that offensives could be maintained. U.S. leadership will remain vital, including for the provision of a credible security guarantee for Ukraine as a precondition for a stable ceasefire agreement. The 15-month-long war between Israel, Hamas, and its allies brought far-reaching consequences and drew in regional and extra-regional actors. In maintaining operations in both Gaza and Lebanon, the Israel Defense Forces were stretched, with reserve brigades mobilized throughout the war and conscription expanded to previously exempt communities. Still, the IDF managed to significantly degrade Hamas and Hezbollah, though the prospect of a lasting peace in Gaza remains dim. Moreover, compounded by the collapse of the Assad regime in Syria in December, Iran's strategic position in the region weakened significantly. Its large-scale attacks against Israel in April and October failed to significantly damage military or civilian infrastructure. In fact, these attacks demonstrated the utility of modern integrated air and missile defense capabilities, including against ballistic missiles, even though Israel required international assistance to fully address these threats. Iran's greater vulnerability raises questions about Tehran's response, including the possibility that it might further accelerate its enrichment of uranium for the purpose of achieving weapons-grade material. China's military modernization remains striking in its pace and scope, and the 2025 military balance contains a new wall chart, which you can see here illustrating these trends. In some areas, China's armed forces overmatch its regional rivals and gradually erode the United States' advantage. Important areas of PLA progress include cyber and electronic warfare, missiles, and advanced combat aircraft. Late in the year, 2 new combat aircraft designs were unveiled, and we assess that at least 230 low observable Chengdu J-20 multi-role combat aircraft are now in service. The PLA also conducted increasingly complex military exercises around Taiwan in 2024 and intensified joint drills with Russian forces, including in the Western Pacific. That said, ongoing corruption campaigns affecting PLA senior officers and the decision to restructure the Strategic Support Force indicate that the PLA is still in the process of becoming a military that is capable of integrated joint operations at scale. In response, several Asia-Pacific powers have pressed ahead with modernization and procurement efforts and thought to increase their defense industrial cooperation. For instance, Japan committed to fundamentally reinforce its defense capabilities, based more capabilities on its southwestern islands close to Taiwan, and pursued new standoff missile systems. Tokyo also submitted a bid to construct all Australia's next-generation frigates and intensified its collaboration with the UK and Italy on the development of a 6th-generation combat aircraft. In response to the deteriorating security environment, 2024 saw increases in defense spending in all regions, bar sub-Saharan Africa. Global defense spending rose from $2.24 trillion in 2023 to $2.46 trillion in 2024, constituting a real terms increase of 7.4%. European defense spending increased for the 10th successive year, surging by almost 12% in real terms, with modernization and recapitalization still the major focus of uplifts. The average allocation to investment within European defense budgets is now 30% compared to 15% a decade ago, although much of this shift is evident in procurement rather than R&D. The 23.2% growth in Germany's defense budget made it the 4th largest in the world in 2024, outspending France and the UK, while Poland climbed the ranks to become the 15th largest defense spender. But defense spending in Europe remained inconsistent. While in Poland and the Baltic states defense budgets exceeded 3% of GDP, others, such as Spain and Italy, continue to spend well under the NATO 2% baseline. European NATO allies will come under increased pressure from the new Trump administration to spend even more. ISS data shows that current NATO defense spending stands at $1.44 trillion, with Europe's $442 billion accounting for less than 1/3 of the total. A commitment to 3% across the alliance's European members would see that figure jump to $716 billion and almost treble to $1.2 trillion if 5% were achieved. Such increases are unlikely given that the major concern in Europe is the sustainability of current defense spending increases at a time of significant fiscal pressures across the continent. Steady growth continued in the Asia-Pacific, reaching 5.4% in real terms, although this was somewhat bolstered by the 7% growth in China spending. Indeed, persistently higher growth rates in China compared to the wider region mean that its budget accounted for 44% of the region's total in 2024, up from 38% a decade ago. While the region's share of global spending fell, it remained above Europe's. Lastly, budgets in the Middle East and North Africa grew by nearly 10%, driven mainly by a 73% real terms surge in Israeli spending. After being caught back-footed following the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, the defense industry in the West struggled to increase production quickly, and challenges remain, notably around workforce shortages, supply chain bottlenecks, and still nascent order books. A range of disruptors who have entered the sector over the last decade, such as Anduril in the US and Helsing in Europe, have been quick to point to these difficulties as proof that a new, more agile approach to delivering defense capability is needed. In 2024, members of this new cohort of players unveiled systems intended to address pressing concerns for military, such as loitering munitions and autonomous systems. They received significant investment from the private sector, with Anduril's latest funding round in August valuing the company at $14 billion. These firms' order books remain relatively small, but the support they seem to have and their promise to quickly innovate and to rapidly scale production is challenging traditional defense primes over how to adapt amid a groundswell of support excuse me, in the US and Europe for innovation in defense and embrace of a Silicon Valley-like approach. To conclude, the fragile security environment highlighted in these opening remarks places a premium on the provision of accurate and impartial defense information. This work remains vital to the mission of the IISS. The 2025 military balance that we launched today and the open source data in our Military Balance Plus database is a major contribution to understanding strategic and military dynamics in over 170 countries, military spending around the world, defense procurements, as well as deployments and exercises. And with that, I will close and invite you to ask questions. We have a panel of experts here, many of them known to you, contributors to the military balance, and we're joined also by a couple of other ISS colleagues who will help address your questions. We also, I should say, have an online audience who also have the ability to ask questions, and my colleague Hugh here to my immediate right will keep an eye out for those questions, so we might take a mix of questions in the room and from the online audience. And once a microphone finds you, it would be great if you could quickly introduce yourself and let us know your affiliation. So with that, I'll open the floor for questions. So I've got a question over here.
Hi there. I'm Lucia McKenzie. I'm a data journalist at Politico. I have a question about the statistic you gave on Russian military expenditure, that it has now, in purchasing power parity terms, slightly exceeded Europe's overall defense spending. Could you elaborate on whether that's been the case for several years or a long time, or if this is just a result of the war in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I ask you to?
Thank you for the question. The PPP comparison is important to make, just to take into account the lower domestic input costs that Russia has. It's a difficult comparison because it would not be suitable to make similar conversions for European spending. But it's a good indicator of why Russia is able to fund so much more with a seemingly smaller budget in US dollar terms. So the PPP figure is matching European defense spending in dollar terms. This hasn't been the case previously. It really is the result of remarkable growth in Russian defense spending. We had 18% in 2022 and 23, and obviously the 42% figure that we've had in 2024. 2025 growth looks to be a bit more moderate, closer to 15%, perhaps reflecting the fact that the tempo at such a high rate of tempo can be quite difficult to maintain, certainly in terms of wider economic issues now facing Russia. But I think the pace of growth, the scale of industrial reform and the reorientation of spending has been remarkable. But that's not to say that the challenges facing Russia's defense industrial output, for a start, aren't significant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a question there. Yeah, right there, and then we'll come to the front.
Good morning, Thomas Harding, the security editor for The National. Just to embellish on some of the points you made, you're saying that the Ukraine casualty figures are significantly higher than we previously thought. The latest figure Zelensky gave was 45,000 dead. I just wondered what your view is on that, on how much higher they are. And the second thing is the Iran use of ballistic missiles and drones in Ukraine. You're saying that's increasing as well. Could you just sort of slightly go into detail on that, please?
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll ask Henry to start, and then Douglas, if you want to take the second part. Yeah, Henry.
The question would be exactly where the Ukrainian casualty figure lies and what you mean by casualties, the distinction between dead, seriously wounded. There's sort of been in discussion over the last 3 years of this war. There's been significantly less open source information intentionally released on Ukrainian casualty figures than discussion of Russian ones. I think that shouldn't underlie the serious level of casualties Ukraine has suffered. And even if it's not using manpower at quite the same rate Russia is in its infantry-intensive offensive operations over the last year, it has also seen a significant uptick in its own casualty rates. It's simply the question mark of defending against such a significant sustained attritional campaign by Russia. I think there are question marks not just about overall level of manning in the frontline Ukrainian units, but how do you sustain that going forward? And I think that's one of the key questions Ukraine is now facing, is how it throughputs manpower it does have, or personnel it does have available, to make sure that particularly its frontline infantry units are sustained. And our current assessment is they're somewhere between 50 and 100,000 personnel short of where they should be at establishment. I think that's one of the key challenges that Zelensky is going to face coming into 2025. On the just quickly on the equipment side, I think you've seen both in terms of to a lesser extent the Iranian supply that has come through in terms of the additional ballistic missile systems and some of the North Koreans, but particularly that ammunition supply from North Korea has been key to how Russia has maintained its tempo of operations, its traditional reliance on artillery shell. I think we're looking at somewhere in the range of 8 million shells across 18 months from North Korea from start to supply, and the estimates would be dependent on kind of crate to ammunition round estimates, so it will vary depending on exactly what you shipped. but that's something in the region of almost double what Russia's sort of annual national output would be over a 12-month period. And it gives you a sense of how important North Korea has been in terms of material supply to Russia's war effort.
Douglas, do you want to?
Yeah, Thomas, just on the uninhabited side of the house, obviously the Russian Quran is a clone of the Iranian Shahed. They're boosting manufacture. There looks like to be additional manufacturing sites being put together. It's predominantly used as a decoy. Over half of them seem to be simply decoys, but that doesn't mean that your defences can ignore it. You've got to be pretty confident it's a decoy before you leave it alone.
Thank you very much. If we can come to the second row and then all the way to the front. Gentleman over here.
I'm Hidemitsky from Nikkei. I have a question about Iran's nuclear capability. And what is the latest estimation of the breakout time for Iran to acquire nuclear bomb? And is it technically possible to extend that time by military or cyber operation?
Okay. Maybe I'll ask Emil Hokayem to put a bit of context around that question, and then we'll turn to the panel here to address some of the more. Yes, Emil.
Thank you. Obviously, at present, there's a lot of attention paid to Iran's enrichment of uranium and possible brinkmanship.
Can I ask you to stand up?
Sorry.
Just for the camera.
Obviously, there's a lot of attention paid to that issue because Iran's setbacks in other domains. There's not full clarity about Iran's progress at the moment. And the breakout time is quite a controversial matter. Estimates go from a few weeks to many months. And it's not clear that Iran would have enough material for more than one or two devices. So, 6 months is, the 4 to 6 months is the estimate that's out there, provided that Iran makes that decision. It's not clear yet. This is going to be the year where Iran will have to consider to what extent to push on the nuclear front.
Thanks, Emil. Do we want to add to that here? Yeah. Who wants to go first, Ben?
Over the last 20 years, we've seen a lot of efforts, much of which has been attributed to Israel, to, as you say, extend the breakout time. And that's include targeted killings of nuclear experts and engineers, some of which have been quite innovative. It also included the Stuxnet cyber attack. You can be quite certain that Iran will greatly strengthen its cyber defences. And I'd imagine that Israeli intelligence is as active in Iran as it's always been.
Douglas, did you want to add as well?
Yes, just very briefly, obviously alongside the device, you've got to think about the delivery mechanism and the packaging, neither of which are easily done, so they obviously add to the timeline as well.
Thank you very much. So let's take a question here in the front. Yes, right here.
Peter Apps, Reuters. I mean, lots of really interesting stuff here. I'm struck by this idea that if the Ukraine war continues for the year, Russia will run out of tanks and Ukraine will run out of people. But to sort of take it up one level, Russia, if it's able to maintain the spending, is outpacing Europe. China is outpacing Asia. And we haven't talked about the US so far, but particularly Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, seems to be talking very clearly about prioritising homeland defence, the border, putting a lot more US military, whatever Iron Dome might look like for the US, which I get the impression is probably more a counter long-range missile shield than a short-range. I'd really like Douglas's thought on that. So I guess there are three questions to Ben, Meyer, and Douglas. Ben, I mean, what does Europe look like in that environment where Russia is, particularly if the fighting stops this year and the Russians don't run out of tanks? They're presumably in that case going to build a lot more tanks very quickly, because they're not going to be using them up in the same kind of way. And that outpacing European production is going to continue. Maya, obviously the same question, more in the naval space in Asia. And Doug, what do we actually think the Americans want to achieve with this shield? And to what extent does that allow them, as potentially with the SDI in the 1980s, which worried Thatcher a lot, to pull away from the rest of the world?
Thank you very much. Let's perhaps start there, Douglas, and then we'll work our way to the other questions. And I think maybe Henry and Nick also want to get in on some of these. Douglas.
Sure. Thanks, Peter, for the question. Obviously, Iron Dome, as you mentioned, it sounds more like SDI Mark II. So you then have to ask what level of protection do the Americans actually want to pursue? Once you know that, what do you actually think is achievable? Obviously, there are a variety of views, as we saw with the first time around the Houses, on just how well you can protect and who you're trying to protect against. You know, a limited strike from a small country you can probably deal with. I think there's a partial aside. I think that sometimes the level of success we saw in Israel kind of favoured the defender greatly in terms of dealing with ballistic and cruise threats. You were defending a very small footprint. You kind of knew where the systems were coming from. Obviously, trying to defend continental US is a completely different issue, far, far harder. So again, it's a question of what the Americans think is actually achievable. Is that a concern in terms of the way that Margaret Thatcher saw there was a risk of a disconnect? I think at least theoretically, yes, but again, that comes back to how far the Americans want to go and how far they think they've actually managed to achieve what they wanted to.
Thank you, Doug. Maybe Ben and Henry, I can ask you to address that Europe part, and then Maya and Nick can tackle the China and Asia naval bits.
There's quite a lot of speculation that Secretary Hesketh will make remarks along the lines that the US is no longer going to be the primary security guarantor to Europe because its priorities are elsewhere. Well, that will reinforce the urgency of Europe doing more for its own defence. There has been some European rearmament since 2022, and we've chronicled that in successive editions of the book, including the latest one. But European governments have stark choices. How much of their current capability do they actually take from their own front line and give to Ukraine? Like the UK gave all its medium artillery, Sweden gave a large number of its CV-90s. And of stuff that's coming off the production line, ammunition and equipment, how much of that they send to Ukraine and how much do they use to build up their own capabilities? But if the US is clear that it's going to do much less militarily in Europe, the imperative is there for European militaries to accelerate their modernisation and also rebuilding their numbers.
Henry?
Speaking on the side of the Russian side in terms of Russian capability, I think that kind of where you get to in terms of post-war Russian military is still a really interesting question. One of which goes to question is what does post-war look like? A ceasefire or something that leaves the fundamental issues of Ukrainian sovereignty unresolved, and Russia still has to maintain a sizable force on Ukraine's border, complicate its force posture elsewhere. I think even if the war ends tomorrow, hypothetically, there are finite limits on Russia's ability to draw upon existing stockpiles, as it has been doing, to reconstitute armour artillery forces. I think that kind of a post-war Russia posed several questions in terms of its sustained military and defence industrial investment, and how much it's prepared to maintain a kind of wartime level of production and investment in defence, and how that feeds into how long it takes the armed forces to capitalise, how big it wants its armed forces to be eventually. It does have quite ambitious plans. It's been talking about during the course of the war for a post-war force significantly larger than it went into the conflict with. Essentially a kind of a return to a Soviet-style sized armed force for Russia, with obviously a smaller resource base to start with, and test something we really haven't seen them do very much of on the armoured vehicle front, which is new build. At some point in this, to build out this force, Russia is either going to have to significantly expand its new build production of armoured vehicles across the board if it wants to maintain an armoured force, rather than a very infantry-heavy kind of equivalent to what it's currently using, or in some way or shape or form find a way of importing capability from elsewhere in the world. I think those are two things that we haven't really seen a kind of a clear answer to from within Russian establishment about where they're planning to go with that at the moment.
Thank you very much. Who wants to start, Nick or Maya? Nick, do you want to kick off on this one? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll kick off on the China-US balance, if you like, particularly in the context of the naval and maritime space. And as we're recording in the book, the Chinese naval modernization continues apace, with probably significant deliveries recently, not least in the amphibious shipping space, but also the expectation of significant submarine capability uplift going forward with new designs coming in. That's all based and is being fueled in significant ways by a very significant, broad Chinese shipbuilding industrial base, and this has become part of the issues around the United States' efforts, and particularly those of the US Navy, to respond to this. And it's been clear for some time that the US and the US Navy has been challenged in its response, and we've seen this in the way that plans and ambitions have evolved. That has focused a significant degree of concern and attention on the US industrial base and capacity, and trying to move the needle on that with significant investments, but it remains a challenging issue going forward, clearly, and one that one would anticipate that the new administration will focus significantly on. There are delays in a significant number of programs, capacity bottlenecks. Submarines has been highlighted, particularly in the context of support for the AUKUS program, but also delivering US Navy capabilities. Those remain challenged and challenging, and will be a focus of further concern, but also in the context of the balance of capabilities going forward, and where the investments and focus on providing new capabilities are concerned, between immediate concerns. And we've seen in the recent events globally, from Europe through to the Middle East, that the US Navy has shown once again its unique capabilities as far as being able to deploy and provide force on a global scale, but it has clearly stretched their capabilities, and balancing the required investments and the focus on industrial-based development, on providing for the longer term, and modernization and building capability in the longer term, and sustaining an operational fleet in the immediate next few years will be another key area of concern, I think.
Maybe if I can add a few more points on the China side to that. Completely concur with what Nick said. There's also, of course, experimentation that's happening in China, not just in terms of building out in vast quantities its surface fleet, but also, of course, in terms of its uncrewed vessels and experimentation there, undersea as well as surface. So in that sense, there is a lot happening in terms of China's maritime capability. China's shipbuilding merger was confirmed last year through an asset swap, after a number of years of it being talked about. So that's finally come to a close. But I would say that there are, of course, two issues that face the PLA Navy and the PLA in general that continue to potentially delay or remain a work in progress towards its modernization goals. That is issues around skilled talent, and we know that there have been reports last year around the PLA Navy in particularly lacking skilled talent to the extent that it requires for all of this new development. And second of all, experience. Now, on that sense, there has been a lot of activity, as we've noticed in 2024, not just, of course, around Taiwan, but in the South China Sea. How much further afield we see the PLA Navy practicing and exercising alone or in partnerships is also something to watch.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll take one more question here in the room, and then I'll ask you to maybe pull out two or so from the online groups. Yes, can we get the microphone in the aisle here? Thank you.
Guy Burgess at Guy Burgess, BBC News. Can the UK defend itself against a ballistic missile attack?
Douglas.
Very succinct answer. In direct terms, no.
Hugh, do you want to one or two online questions before we return?
Yeah, so with the increase in European defence spending, what is being prioritised for procurement and capability development?
Sure, if I just jump in terms of the overarching trends where we're seeing that reorientation, as Bastian said, in top-level spending, a lot of that is procurement rather than R&D. R&D budgets haven't actually increased as an allocation. It's still around 2%, and it's really a handful of countries in Europe that are accounting for the majority of R&D spending in Europe. All of this funding is going, all of this increased funding is going on major recapitalisation efforts, major programs. We're seeing some countries spending in excess of 40% of their budget on recapitalisation. And a lot of this is obviously to do with the replacement of munitions, but also the uptick in capabilities required in terms of urgent operational requirements. So if you consider countries like Poland, the types of capabilities that they are acquiring are really in line with the urgent threats that they're facing within their procurement budget. And I think the other thing to consider is that where more and more countries are highlighting the need to invest more in innovation, the wider issue is that focus towards recapitalisation has squeezed other areas of defence spending across Europe. So now we're starting to see that impact on R&D. We're starting to see that impact on readiness levels, for instance, because we had such a squeeze on personnel spending and operations and maintenance. But I think, yeah, if we hand over to my colleague Tom to discuss the specific capabilities.
If we can get a microphone to Tom, and Doug, I'll put you on notice that you're...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are live in London, England. Underway a presentation of the annual military balance report. That top right box going out, but it was a live look there in Kyiv, Ukraine, of Independence Square. And then that bottom box, as they discuss the latest with the Russia-Ukraine war, they are also discussing the very latest of the Israel-Hamas conflict, giving you a live look out in Rafah, Gaza, here at 6:51 on the East Coast as aid trucks are entering Rafah. As we are discussing the conflict with Ukraine and Russia, we do have an update, a breaking news update that I want to share with you. This coming from the Associated Press this Wednesday morning. Take a good look at your screen. We're learning that the Kremlin this Wednesday saying that a Russian citizen was freed in the United States in exchange for Moscow's release of American Mark Fogel, but refused to identify them until they arrive in Russia. A Kremlin spokesperson telling reporters that the unidentified individual would return to Russia in the coming days, and when they are on the Russian soil, their name would be revealed. Unlike during past prisoner exchanges between Moscow and Washington, when Russians and Americans were released simultaneously and their identities were revealed right away. At this time, we know Fogel, an American history teacher who was deemed wrongfully detained by Russia, has been released and returned to the U.S. Tuesday in what the White House describes as a diplomatic thaw that could advance negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. Fogel was arrested back in August of 2021 and was serving a 14-year prison sentence. Steve Witkoff, a special envoy for U.S. President Donald Trump, left Russia with Fogel, bringing him to the White House where President Donald Trump greeted him. Fogel, who is from Pennsylvania and was expected to be reunited with his family by the end of the day, said that he would forever be indebted to President Trump. Trump declining to say if he spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin about Fogel, but Fogel did praise the Russian leader as, quote, very generous and statesmanlike in granting the pardon. That's a quote from Fogel about Russian President Vladimir Putin. When he was asked about the terms of the deal, President Donald Trump said, quote, very fair, very, very fair, very reasonable, not like deals you've seen over the years. They were very fair, end quote. He did not say what the U.S. provided in exchange for Fogel's release. So this just in from the Kremlin this Wednesday morning, courtesy of the Associated Press, we're learning the Kremlin says unidentified Russian freed in the U.S. in exchange for Moscow's release of Mark Fogel has yet to be identified identified. This is a developing story, and as we learn more, you'll get it here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this Wednesday morning, more breaking news we're following. This coming in as U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth this Wednesday made the first trip to NATO by a member of the new Trump administration as the allies wait to learn how much military and financial support Washington intends to provide to Ukraine's government. Hegseth held talks with UK Defense Secretary John Healey before a meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group at NATO headquarters in Brussels. Hegseth's predecessor, former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, set up the forum for drumming up arms and ammunition for Ukraine back in 2022. Over nearly 3 years, about 50 countries have collectively provided Ukraine more than $126 billion in weapons and military assistance. But the meeting this week was convened by another country for the first time, the UK. All previous gatherings of the forum were chaired by the United States. Now, no decision has been made on who might chair the next meeting if one is called, but we do know Hegseth was not expected to make any announcement on new weapons for Ukraine. We do see that NATO, they are about to start a meeting on the 7 o'clock hour. So let's go ahead and take our final break. We'll be right back. 1 minute shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, I was sharing breaking news with you as it relates to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and also NATO. Well, right now, a live event. It takes us out to Brussels, Belgium. On your screen, you see the NATO Secretary General. He's holding a news conference ahead of a NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels set to take place tomorrow. Let's listen in.
Missile defense. We also discuss Ukraine. Tomorrow afternoon, we will meet in the NATO-Ukraine Council with Defense Minister Rustem Umerov and the EU High Representative Kaja Kallas. Since 2022, NATO allies have provided Ukraine with unprecedented support, including 99% of all military aid. And we have seen recent additions to this from, let's say, Sweden, Finland, Canada, but also, of course, from France, the Mirages and the F-16s from the Netherlands. Other allies are also stepping up their efforts to train more Ukrainian troops. NATO's newly established command in Wiesbaden to support Ukraine is at the forefront of coordinating these and future contributions. At the Washington summit, allies pledged to provide Ukraine with 40 billion euros of security assistance in 2024. Allies have not only met their commitments, they far exceeded them. They have provided over 50 billion euros, more than half of which comes from European allies and Canada. This sends a clear signal of our unwavering commitment to Ukraine. It also takes a big step in the direction of what President Trump has called for. I agree with him that we must equalize security assistance to Ukraine. But to really change the trajectory of the conflict, we need to do even more. The stronger Ukraine is on the battlefield, the stronger they will be at the negotiating table, the greater the chances of getting a good deal for lasting peace. And that is what we all want for Ukraine, for our shared security, and for our global stability. Finally, we will address Russia's ongoing campaign of destabilizing actions against NATO allies. We see acts of sabotage, assassination, dangerous jamming of civilian airlines, and attacks on critical infrastructure, including undersea infrastructure. And NATO is responding, including through Baltic Sentry in the Baltic Sea, and with increased vigilance across the board. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
All right, we'll start with CNN.
Good afternoon.
Oh, microphone. Question from CNN. How do you interpret the comments that we heard from President Trump on Monday that Ukraine may someday be Russian? Do you take it seriously? And even if you don't, how worried are you that this makes Western commitment to Ukraine appear fragile in Moscow's eyes and could undermine future security guarantees?
We are intensely coordinating with President Trump's team at all levels, and these are very good conversations. This week we have many senior American officials visiting Europe, here at NATO, but also, of course, in Munich at the security conference. There is a convergence of views that we have to make sure, one, that Ukraine gets in the best possible position to start talks. Two, to make sure that whatever comes out of those talks, and when that will happen, that we have to be sure collectively and assure collectively that what comes out of it is durable. So no repeat of what we had with the Minsk agreement in 2014.
All right, Reuters.
Secretary General Andrew Gray from Reuters, you said that the assistance needs to be equalised, assistance to Ukraine between the United States and other allies, but you've just given figures that show the majority of that aid comes from other allies, not from the United States. So how much of a rebalancing does there actually need to be? And secondly, on the same theme, you said in Davos that if the Trump administration is willing to continue supplying American weapons, Europe will pick up the bill. How many European leaders have agreed to do that, and have they told you where the money will come from?
Well, first of all, we are on the right trajectory, indeed, when it comes to the aim of equalizing what the US basically decides as a one nation within NATO comparable to all the other allies within NATO, so that we are equalizing. And here we see that Canada and Europe are even over 50% now, so that is good. But we have to maintain that trajectory. That's crucial, and I completely concur with President Trump and his team that this is the only sensible way forward. Then, of course, to the question of future support for Ukraine, and no doubt there will be a debate, I expect, between allies who is going to pay for it, where it comes from, etc. But there is also a large agreement between all allies that we have to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs in terms of training, in terms of military equipment, to make sure that whenever peace talks start, they can do that from a position of strength.
All right, Sky News.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Donald Trump has repeatedly called on European NATO allies to spend more on defence, and he's also made clear that his priorities for security are facing up to the threat posed by China and defending America's own borders. How confident are you, therefore, that America would come to Europe's aid if European NATO allies came under attack, and could European allies alone defend themselves?
I think my reaction needs to have two elements. First of all, on the defense spending. President Trump has consistently asked for the Europeans to do more. We had a pledge in Wales in 2014, and basically not a lot happened after 2014. And it really started to take off when he was president in post-2016, 2017, and particularly in 2018, 2019, up to today, including the 20% increase, 23 compared to 24. US, NATO allies, so excluding the US, Canada and the EU, paying 20% more. And we have to continue this. The good thing is that what we have in place now is a process based on NATO's defense planning process, which will lead to clarity on what needs to be done to keep us safe, the capability targets. From there we will see where the gaps are. And we know already that they probably will be in the area of missile defense, air missile defense, in the area of logistics, military mobility, long-range weapons, but also to increase the strength of our armies. Yes, the Navy and of course our Air Force, but particularly when it comes to our armies, we'll have to do more, including making sure that they can fight prolonged wars, and that they will be more heavily armed, including with tanks. And all this costs money. We are now getting those numbers on the table, and this is the big difference with 2014. There it was, let's do 2%. Now we will have a content-driven debate. How do we fill the gap between where we are and where we have to be? And I expect this to be north of 3%, I said before, but I'm not committing to a number now because we are still at the early stage in exactly coming to the details. And then on Europe and the rest of the world, I think when we discuss this with our American colleagues within NATO, there is a clear joint assessment that what happens in Ukraine or what happens in Europe, and particularly now in Ukraine, is not only Russia, Ukraine, or Russia, Europe. It also involves North Korea, China, Iran. So there is an interconnection now between what happens in the North Atlantic and in the Euro-Atlantic area on the one hand, but also in the Pacific on the other hand. And that means that all these theaters are getting intertwined, and that means from a strategic point of view we have to make sure that we assess them like this. But I completely understand that the Americans want the Europeans and the Canadians to pay more. And again, back to the first question, we are assessing exactly what needs to be done based on the capability target process.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Brussels, Belgium this Wednesday morning. The NATO Secretary General on your screen speaking ahead of the NATO defense ministers meeting. He already gave his briefings to the press right now, allowing the press to ask him questions that he is choosing to answer. 7:09 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:11 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next story takes us out to the Big Apple as candidates ready to challenge New York Mayor Eric Adams are reacting to the news that the mayor is no longer facing corruption charges. The Justice Department ordered prosecutors to drop the case, saying it interfered with the mayor's ability to run the city. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses joining us live outside of City Hall this morning with the very latest. Robert, good morning.
Gina, good morning to you. Mayor Eric Adams spoke here for about 6 minutes yesterday, and he acknowledged that even though he appears to be in the clear criminally in this case, he's not in the clear politically because he still has to convince New Yorkers that he deserves another term here at City Hall. Certainly his Democratic challengers don't think he does, and they said as much last night at a Democratic forum here on the Lower East Side, even before news that the Justice Department ordered corruption charges against Adams to be dropped. The mayor's challengers were already highlighting what they consider to be his shortcomings. Now they say he's an even more compromised candidate for re-election.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are pillaging the federal government, creating chaos, trampling on the values of this country and of this city. And now they essentially have an agent at City Hall.
Standing up to Trump means replacing this kind of a mayor.
Right now, Adams has gotten away with it all, and partly that's the fault of our government.
I'm sure you're as disappointed and as embarrassed as I am.
A mayor more interested in saving his own skin than serving and protecting New Yorkers.
So you get the idea. That's what the mayor's Democratic challengers had to say. Earlier in the day, the mayor got to tell his side of the story. He spoke, as I mentioned, for about 6 minutes, addressing New Yorkers. There were no reporters in the room to ask him any questions. He maintained his defiance and said he is innocent.
I never broke the law, and I never would. I would never put any personal benefit above my solemn responsibility as your mayor. I thank the Justice Department for its honesty. Now, we can put this cruel episode behind us. I never broke the law.
And the question is, can New York City voters put this episode behind them and support Adams for another term? That remains the open question here. Now, tomorrow, he is scheduled to meet with the Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan, here in the city to talk about arresting undocumented immigrants who are suspected of committing crimes. Certainly that meeting will do nothing to quiet critics who say that the mayor is simply doing the Trump administration's bidding. Gina, back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. Always a detailed and thorough breakdown. Thank you so much, Robert. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. And while we are in the Big Apple, I want to give you a live look outside of our Fox television studios there in Manhattan. You can see winter weather impacting the Big Apple this Wednesday morning. Ice and snow there on the roadways. We're also seeing it out in Jersey. I want to transition the shot. Just beautiful to see, but as you can imagine, if you have to drive in it, it might not be so lovely. We also know in the D.C. area, they are dealing with winter weather of their own, transitioning as well to give you a live look at the White House. 7:15 here on the East Coast. When we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break, checking in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC as they have team coverage on winter weather conditions. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. I want you to take a good look at your screen as millions across the country are bracing for heavy snow and frigid temperatures as 3 different winter storm systems move in. The first major storm swept across the mid-Atlantic Tuesday, but more bad weather expected today. Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes has the story.
I'm excited for the snow days. Hopefully I don't have school tomorrow.
Heavy snow wallops the nation's capital, creating a messy commute home for millions. It's the first of 3 winter storms forecast to sweep across the nation this week, impacting multiple states.
What's your plan? Well, classes are canceled today, all remote, so I think I'm just going to stay in for the night.
In the D.C. area, snowfall led to students and federal workers going home early. Senate voting on President Trump's cabinet picks was also postponed. Icy conditions had officials telling people to stay home and avoid travel so crews could clear roadways and lay down salt.
And how long are you on shift today?
As long as it takes. We're here until the roads are cleared, until it's wet pavement.
In Virginia, where the governor declared a state of emergency, freezing rain is expected. Schools and government offices were closed. Up to 10 inches of snow is expected in some parts of the state, including ice accumulations of up to a ½ inch, stoking worries of possible power outages.
What's good about it, as far as what the snow is concerned, good money. Good money.
Meanwhile, a separate storm is moving into an area stretching from Kansas to the Great Lakes. Heavy snow and dangerous cold is expected to start Wednesday.
I had no idea it was even supposed to snow tomorrow, but honestly, if it's going to be this cold, it might as well snow. Dang, I don't want it to snow. That's a bummer. It makes it harder for me to get to class because I walk and it takes longer.
Here in Madison, snow totals could reach up to 8 inches by the end of the week. Temperatures are not expected to climb over the 20s. In Wisconsin, Kennedy Hayes, Fox News.
Kennedy, thank you so much. Giving you another live look there, Washington, D.C. The White House on your screen, a beautiful shot with a beautiful blanket of snow surrounding the White House. Our content partners at Fox 5 D.C., they continue team coverage this Wednesday of winter weather conditions. Let's check in now.
It will not be there for a very long time, like our last snowstorm. Weather is our top story today, though, as we look across the region and deal with these 6 inches of rain, or snow rather, that fell across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia yesterday.
Plenty for a snowball fight, and this morning some roadways, some sidewalks are still slippery, so you have to be watchful. Many area closed, schools are closed, and federal government agencies opening 2 hours late. But all of the closures, delays, they're scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And we have live team coverage for you this morning with our crews spanned out across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. We're going to check in with Mel and Stephanie in just a moment.
All right, Andy May's tracking the road conditions. Let's get Tucker, though, first with the check of the forecast today and what we can expect. Hey, Tucker.
Yeah, let's revisit last night and successful snow in that it pretty much delivered exactly as we thought here, between about 4 and 6 inches for the majority of us. A little more to the south there. Bethesda, 5 inches. Anacostia, 6.1 inches. Prince Frederick, good morning, 7.6 inches out there in Calvert County. Burke, Virginia, 8 inches. So, yeah, plenty of snow early this morning. All right, we're pretty much wrapping the system. We've got some leftover snow showers off to the north and west. We are between systems for the time being. A cloudy day for us. Eventually, some rain showers move in, and we'll talk more about that at 6:35. But rain showers on our doorstep for later this afternoon and tonight. More coming up. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 6:30, looking at your roads again. Wednesday morning, this is what it looks like for you in terms of your overview. So a lot of actually green numbers, but I would say majority of it is because just people not out there on the roadways. As you guys heard at the top of the show, a lot of people, no school, no work, those delays as well. Virginia 7 east and westbound, though, this is in 7 Corners. That's going to be closed due to pole and wires down in the roadway. This is actually from an overnight crash between US 50 and Columbia Pike. So just follow police direction there, as well as using caution throughout the DMV if you're driving this morning. Marissa?
All right, Annie Mae, thanks. We want to get out to Stephanie Ramirez now. She's checking out conditions throughout the Commonwealth, starting in Alexandria this morning. Stephanie.
Guys, good morning. Yeah, so we just came across a gentleman who was running this morning in the snow with this beautiful dog. Tell me your name, sir.
My name is Tam Murray.
Tam, and who's this one?
This is Hank.
Hank, so you did not hesitate to go out this morning,
No,
huh?
he's an Australian Shepherd, and he needs his exercise. So we decided to get out. And the main roads seem okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but the back roads have a lot of snow on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still a lot of work to do.
Still a lot of work to do.
What do you make of this snowstorm? Not as bad as the first one, or?
You know, I was out of town for the first one, so. But this is it's beautiful to see the Chicken Pin Park and everything with white on it.
All right.
Yeah,
And anything you would say to neighbors? Because I've been seeing folks driving around with like 3 to 4 inches of snow packed on the roofs of their cars.
Sure. Yeah, I would just be careful in the neighborhoods, but the main roads seem quite open.
All right.
Yeah.
Tam,
yeah.
thank you so much.
Oh,
You
you're
enjoy
very
the
welcome.
rest of your run.
Thanks a lot.
You have a
Okay.
great morning. And guys, we're in Alexandria this morning outside of the home of the Titans here, a very snowy one. So just like Tam was saying, I want to show you here. So the main roads are pretty good here, but when you get into areas like the entrance of the school, it still needs to be plowed. Now, you can see a plow did go here at least once through here, but if this stays and freezes over, that's a problem. We don't think that's going to happen today, but in other parts of Virginia, folks are saying, please be careful. VDOT especially asking in the Fredericksburg area, please stay off the roads until later today so that they can get a chance to get to those secondary and residential areas. That's the very latest here from Alexandria. I'll send it back into you.
And from Virginia to Maryland, we are following weather conditions after several inches of snowfall. And that's where we find Melanie Alwick with the latest on road conditions there. Mel, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're still here in the neighborhoods, and you can see behind me, these roads have not been cleared yet, really not even touched by a snowplow, but clearly some tire tracks as people have been trying to make their way. A teeny tiny bit slippery, so people do have to be careful. And of course, sidewalks also a major issue. We're seeing just with our bright lights on, I'm seeing just a tiny bit of snowfall coming down, maybe just even, actually it's closer to rain now that I'm feeling it. It just kind of looks like a pretty little bit of glitter in the air. Now, we do know that schools are closed today. Montgomery County government also with liberal leave for folks. The ride-on buses are on an S schedule. So if you are going to be taking the bus this morning, you certainly want to check that before you head out. Another thing that you can check, if you're curious, when is your street going to get cleared? Montgomery County, you can go onto the website and you can plug in the address, which I just did for where we're standing here, and it will tell you. And what the latest information on the county website says is that only 1% of neighborhood streets have been cleared so far. They are working in the neighborhoods, and they'll give you an estimated time. And so it does sound like Montgomery County does plan to have all of their neighborhood streets gone through with the plows by 10 o'clock this morning.
All right, Melanie, thank you. And just a reminder, on this Fox 5 Snow Day, you can catch your forecast on the go on our Fox Local app. If you have not downloaded it yet, you can do that. Just pull out your phone, scan the QR code on your screen.
All right, listen, it's a Fox 5 Snow Day.
And we appreciate Fox 5 DC for that detailed coverage as we are tracking winter weather conditions. Right now, I actually want to give you a look ahead of top stories and headlines we are following this Wednesday morning. Take a look there on the left side of your screen. Coming up at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time, a House discussion on American Hamas hostages. Then at 11, the Senate to vote on Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation. At 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time, the White House will provide a daily briefing. And then at 1:30, a press conference expected on the nomination of Kash Patel as FBI director. So we do continue to follow that in real time. 7:26 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look there at the White House. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 7:28 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories, headlines, and of course your live events on this Wednesday. Our next story takes us out to Dubai, the World Government Summit underway there. This is the afternoon session. It's been going on all day this morning. The CEO of Google spoke, and then we know he spoke yesterday at the AI Action Summit. So two different summits. The AI Action Summit took place in Paris, France. This one taking place in Dubai. The main speech underway now. Let's listen in.
ඒ වගේම ඔබ මේ මොහොතේ අතේ තිබෙන ජංගම දුරකථනයෙන් ලෝ වැඩියෙන්ම ඇස් පරිත්‍යාග කරන රට කුමක්ද යන්න අන්තර්ජාලය ඔස්සේ පරීක්ෂා කර බැලුවොත් ඔබට හමු වන්නේ ඉන්දියන් මහද්වීපයේ කෙළවරක තියෙන මා නියෝජනය කරන රටයි. ඒ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවයි. එවැනිම පරාර්ථකාමී උණුසුම් හදවත් තිබෙන පුරවැසියන් ජීවත් වෙන රටක්.
So right now, the main speech is not in English, but as I mentioned earlier, we actually heard from the CEO of Google who did a virtual discussion at the World Government Summit. I want to play that for you now.
Look, I mean, the techniques we use have there's a way to verify that answer is correct, which is different from how long it takes to compute an answer. And so those are the techniques we use to triangulate there.
So let me maybe pivot a little bit about another venture that you guys are into. You are into AI heavily. Today, most people actually don't recognize this, but around 8.5 billion searches are done a day. And correct me if I'm wrong about this, but that's more than the population of Earth. And you have around 49% of the internet traffic every single month coming to Google. So there's a lot of advantages that you have in the AI domain, and Google will continue to be a leader because the world comes to Google to answer their questions. There have been talks about people moving to ChatGPT or moving to other, whether it's Grok or other platforms for search. Do you see that affecting Google in any way, or is it so far that growth is exceeding any sort of decline from these platforms?
Look, broadly, stepping back, I think we're in the business of providing information to people. People's information needs are, exploding, if you will, right? So I think, so it feels very far from a zero-sum construct to me. Having said that, we are continuing to see strong growth in search. We have recently evolved search pretty profoundly with AI overviews, and we have found that people are engaging with it more. It's leading to a growth in search usage across all demographics and so on. So it feels like a positive moment. But more importantly, I think taking the long-term view, I think AI is going to help expand the opportunity space, not just for us, but for others working there too, right? With the kind of agentic capabilities that it will have, you can not only ask questions, you can get things done. And so I think it can help you be much more productive across a range of domains. And that's the opportunity space ahead. And, given how big the landscape is, I definitely expect us to be a leading player, but it's natural to me that there'll be others doing well in the space as well. That's what it is, just like the internet. It's going to be a massive space. We weren't the only company to do well in the internet. There have been other companies, right? And, and the AI would be no different.
So zooming out, when you actually look at Google, what we realize, and this is something that, I looked at quite closely, it looks like you have an AI layer that cuts across all of your different products, whether it's the Google Pixel right now with the incredible camera capabilities of, allowing you to do things that other phones don't allow you, or maybe people are catching up on that, whether it's, deploying self-driving cars and adding AI as the core component of it. So it's clear to me, and I think it's been clear to the world, that you're an AI-first company. Let's talk about self-driving cars for a second. I know that Waymo probably is the most advanced company in self-driving cars probably in the world today. Why aren't we seeing more applications of Waymo across different countries? What can we do to ensure that we usher this future in closer rather than push it further out in the future?
Look, I've been super excited about Waymo for a while, and I think we are really hitting our stride in the past 12 months or so. We've obviously been very, very safety focused. So the way we approach it is we want to build a very safe and reliable Waymo driver. And once we do that, we can really scale up from there. We've definitely shown the progress there. Thanks to the work with AI we have done over the years, we now have over 33 million rider miles driven, and Waymo has had 78% fewer injury-causing crashes compared to human drivers, right? And so now the progress is clearly there. Last year, Waymo, I think we served over 4 million passenger trips, and we are now averaging over 150,000 rides, paid rides per week in the US across San Francisco, Phoenix, and LA. So I think the first time any AV company has reached this kind of scale. And we are now expanding. We have a goal of doing this in 10 new cities in 2025. We'll be doing our first international testing in Japan. And so we do want to work with, other innovative countries like you all, and that's the roadmap now we are putting in place. But, we are at an exciting juncture, and I think the technology is working. And as you rightly pointed out, we have to scale it up by partnering with regulators in countries around the world.
So we're ready to partner. Let's put the UAE on that list and on that roadmap.
Looking forward to it.
I want to ask you a question as well about this. So once we achieve certain technological advancements, like self-driving cars, for example, or artificial intelligence or others, it creates new types of jobs. Although, yes, it does eliminate some jobs in the past. I think that these things cause disruptions. I've been thinking in the past couple of weeks, what kind of jobs are going to be created within the experience of someone getting into a self-driving car to arriving to their destination? Would we actually, and I saw this example in Japan. In Japan, you can actually rent a friend. So you can actually rent someone's time for them to come and talk to you. Will we actually start creating these jobs that will make the commute more appealing for us? Do you think that new platforms are going to emerge from these kind of services? Do you have any ideas of what's going to happen?
Maybe two observations, right? I think one is, I think there was a recent study by MIT economist David Autor, which said, if you go back to 1940, since then, 60% of the new jobs that have been created kind of didn't exist before that, right? And so there's this constant evolution we go through. Just imagine, even 5 years after the internet started in the year 2000, envisioning that there could be someone called a YouTube creator. Today, there are millions of creators, and they're real small businesses, right? And, they generate value, they employ other people, and so on. So we have to keep that potential in mind. To me, there is no doubt in an AI-driven world, just like the internet did, there'll be many, many new opportunities created. And I think over time, there'll be value and a premium placed on human experiences and human interactions, right? I think if anything, the prevalence of AI would place even more a premium on human experiences. We've seen that with chess, right? Chess has been, AI is the best chess player in the world, and that's been true for a long, long time. Chess is more popular than ever before, right? And more people are playing chess now. Right, and so I think it's worth keeping that in mind. And so while the technology is going to be very prevalent, it's going to improve productivity. It will cause disruption, but it'll also create many, many new types of opportunities. When I look at our latest video creation models, video generation models, VO2, just like the internet, it's going to enable many, many more people to create content than ever before, right? And so I think we are expanding the type of opportunities available to people.
Amazing. Let's pivot a little bit to the company. Everyone in the world today, if you ask them about innovation, if you ask them about companies that are able to enact change in a way that allows them to maneuver around any change that happens in the world, Google comes top of mind. And most people think that Google is able to innovate because they offer beanbags and free coffee to their employees. I'm sure it's a lot more than that. The first thing I want to ask you about is what makes the culture at Google so special? Is there a formula? Is there a thing that you do to inspire people? How does it work?
Look, I think it's a combination of things. I think our founders, had, really set a very ambitious framework for the company, right? We used to say we need to have a healthy disregard for the impossible. And, we always felt that if you encourage people to work on very ambitious things, even if you end up failing, well, there are many advantages to doing that. One, you have very little competition. The more ambitious the thing you're working on, Waymo is a great example, right? Or quantum is, or AI is, there are fewer people working on it, and you attract the best people. And even if you end up not achieving that ambitious goal, whatever you end up doing will be very, very valuable. So I think that's the kind of framework we've always had. I would say, you have to have an optimistic culture, a culture of curiosity. You encourage optimism. You really push people to take risks, and you don't punish failures, right? You encourage risk-taking in your culture. So it's a combination of all that. But we've always had to experiment. For example, just about 2 years ago, I set up a labs group so that people can have small teams to go ship stuff, and out of which we shipped something like Notebook LM last year, and which ended up being very, very popular, right? So you have to constantly tinker and make sure you're innovating from the ground up.
So you approach things with the approach of a scientist. I went and saw how many projects Google killed, or let's say stopped over the last couple of years. It's around 296 projects in total. Maybe the number is a bit higher or lower. And what struck me is the fact that you're still trying to innovate, you're still trying to iterate. And yes, you might have breakthroughs like Android, for example, or like Chrome, or like Waymo. Most companies, when they go through so many iterations of killing projects, they tend to stop innovating altogether. But you guys maintain this. How do you identify when you continue a project and when you actually stop? What triggers you to say, okay, you know what, we've given that a go, we're going to park it for now and we're going to focus on something else?
Look, I think there are two types of it, right? One is at a core technology layer, you're making long-term bets, right? In 2015, when I became CEO, I said the company is going to be AI first. And we decided to take a full stack approach to AI, right? All the way building research, building infrastructure. We started building our tensor processing units in 2017. We are in our 6th generation. So when you make these long-term technology bets, AI, Waymo, quantum, those, it will eventually happen, right? So you see it through. So I think at that foundational layer, you take a long-term view and you don't waver at all. At the application layer, you are right. When you take efforts to build products, you're going to have some successes, and some things won't work out. That's true by definition. I think there's judgment there as to when you keep pushing through, and at what point do you see it's not getting traction, your approach is wrong, and you have to course correct. And there's definitely judgment there. We don't always get it right, but I think it's important to go through that weeding process too. That's what keeps the company fresh, and you're constantly pushing to do new things.
We were having a conversation yesterday with a global CEO as well, and it's the gambler's dilemma. When do you cut your losses, and when do you keep investing, and when do you hit it big? I want to maybe ask you a final question about the culture in Google. Do you tell people to use AI? Do you have any training programs for them to use generative AI? Is it something that you push for, or is it something that you're waiting just to see how it's going to affect the employees and the culture in Google?
Oh, look, this is internally at Google, this concept of dog fooding. You eat your own dog food is what we call it. We really want people to adopt our
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are out in Dubai, a discussion with the CEO of Google at the World Government Summit. And on the left side of your screen, top stories we're following this Wednesday morning. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, we're heading out to Detroit, giving you a live look there at this hour as a salt truck preparation is underway. They are expecting to get a lot of winter weather. I can tell you all, out in Michigan, right now. This is the scene in some areas. This is Bay City. So obviously different than how it looks in Detroit with that prior shot I just showed you. But here, several inches of snow. We're going to go ahead, as I just mentioned, and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch. .46 here on the East Coast and taking you back out to Michigan. You're getting a live look out in Bay City, several inches of snow, and Detroit bracing to get exactly what you see on your screen. They're bracing for several inches of snow this Wednesday, starting this afternoon. While tricky commutes are expected, road crews have been preparing around the clock. That's where we find Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch this morning. She joins us live from Southfield. Robin, good morning to you. We've seen that the salt truck repairs, they are already trying to get those roadways prepped so commuters are not slipping and sliding.
Yeah, Janine, we've been talking about this heavy snowfall that's expected to hit the Metro Detroit area for days and days now. We're expected to see anywhere from 4 to 7 inches beginning at about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon is when that snow is expected to start falling around here. And that is why you see the salt trucks and snow plows right behind me here. They are getting ready for the system that is about to hit our area and really dump it with what is expected to be the most significant snowfall of the season. Many of these crews are actually out yesterday pre-treating some of the roads. We are currently in Oakland County, so that's about 20 minutes or so from Detroit, and they were putting a mixture of brine on the roads yesterday to try and prevent them from icing up. Now, when the snow does start to fall around Metro Detroit today, and it's expected to happen right around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, crews, they will first focus on clearing those main roads, the ones that are most traveled, the highways as well as the interstates. Those will be priorities, and then they will get to those side streets as well as those subdivisions. But it is going to take time, especially if we get the amount of snow that has been predicted. Take a listen to Craig Bryson with the Road Commission for Oakland County with more on how they're going to deal with all of this.
The law now says you have to stay 200 feet back from a snowplow while it's driving, 20 feet back when it's stopped at an intersection. So, and that's in place to protect the drivers in the cars. If you run into one of our trucks, odds are it's not going to hurt one of our big trucks, but it could seriously hurt you and your car, and we don't want to see that. So please stay back, give them the room they need to do the jobs, make the roads safe for the rest of us.
And we've been reminding drivers all around Metro Detroit just to keep their distance from those snow plows as well as those salt trucks when they do start hitting the roads in just a little bit, because they are extremely big. And as you just heard that gentleman say, they can cause major injury, major damage to your vehicle. And that is why people are being asked to stay at least 200 feet away. That's about 20 car lengths or a city block. That's a good gauge. We are expected to see some major snow here, though, so we're going to continue to monitor this system, and I imagine you guys will as well. For now, we're reporting live from Southfield. I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it right back to you.
All right, Robin, always a pleasure, and you are right. We definitely will continue to monitor the weather conditions. Thank you so much. You be safe, you and your team. You're and your photographer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you're just now tuning in, good morning to you, giving you another live look out in Michigan. Again, this is Bay City. These conditions very different than what we just saw in Detroit, but this is heading their way. So this is why they are preparing. I want to kind of give you a round robin of other winter camps that we're getting this Wednesday morning. This one takes us out to New Jersey. You can see how the boardwalk there, it's blanketed in snow, and then a nice look there off the pier. You can see the waterways. Right now in the Big Apple, they do have some snow and ice accumulation on the sides of the roads, but you can see commuters not really impacted because of it. And then we're also seeing there at the White House, they are dealing with snow conditions as well. And as Robin mentioned, we will continue to follow these conditions right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:50 here on the East Coast. We continue to follow live events this Wednesday. I want to take you back out to Dubai, as we do see the afternoon session has convened. The last time we hit this shot, they were giving some remarks, but they weren't in English. They are speaking in English again. The World Government Summit underway of 2025. Let's listen in.
Like the most framed as you walk in. So he very much knows we are in business,
yes,
and we are doing extremely well.
And that's a great segment, because you had a time, a classic magazine cover, which aren't a thing anymore, but the cover went viral thanks to digital, thanks to social media, memes. And when I first started at Forbes, all we had to do was put out a magazine twice a month, and we got the eyeballs we wanted. We got our audience. At CNN, BBC, just turn the TV on. Journals showed up on your doorstep every day. Same foreign policy. How do you find eyeballs these days?
Well,
there's so many different. They're so fragmented.
CNN's got, by some measures, the biggest news website in the world.
Yes.
I mean, so we reach many, many more people digitally than we do on TV, either domestically in the US or CNN International. Those are still really important services. But of course, I mean, one first order issue for us is to be where our users and the users we would like to have in the future, where they are. And that means breaking out from our traditional kind of heartlands. Loyal audiences, you want to keep on, serving them as well, but go out and find the audiences in the places, at the times, on the devices that suit them. And that in the end, it seems to me, is the basic challenge, which is, if you believe that great journalism will find willing customers, willing users, and some of whom will pay for the privilege, the trick is about taking the essence of what you've always been and porting it into the future by finding them and then serving them. And you serve them best if you understand them, if you listen to them. This is your point. And you, by listening to them and by observing their patterns of behavior, you find a way of making yourself indispensable in a way which is very like Once Upon a Time was true of the Journal, or once in 1980 was true when Ted Turner launched CNN. And the delivery system of a physical newspaper or a cable TV channel was perfect for those moments in history. We need to change the platforms.
We're a digital business now, right? And so the focus is on optimizing that for the experience and making sure that we meet the customers where they are, becoming more visual and all of that. But the focus really is on hard-hitting news. So if you see why our subscriptions have been going up, it's really directly tethered to moments where we leaned into covering the new administration, covering energy with depth and expertise. And so at the root, the form can change, but the substance has got to be continuously strong, serious, and we've got to be deeply committed to that. That's where we are making our investments. Everyone is investing in technology. Of course, everyone is embracing AI and Gen AI, but underneath this is the journalism that has to drive the business. We've just had our best year in history. We just had a phenomenal quarter. We've never had more subscribers than we have today. And we see that continuing. And in fact, the more uncertainty there is in the world, and that's the theme of this conference, the more readers will come to us because people need to navigate this era of uncertainty. We're entering a new era. And all of these organizations, in addition to having beautiful covers, we have to help people navigate, give them the facts so that they can make decisions on their own.
Yeah. This, the election in America, but not just America. I was talking to someone in France. Social media is having such an impact, and you guys have some of the most incredible storied brands in media, yet other people are getting news from creators, from podcasters, from alt media. How are you taking your amazing brands and adapting that to the social media world?
I think all of us have done that our whole careers, and especially as we are leaders in media today from more mainstream or traditional legacy media companies, and we've been able to innovate and evolve and meet consumers and new behaviors where they are, which is why for us, we have a cover, they're digital covers. We started out as a magazine, Wall Street Journal is a black and white newspaper, and now we have the largest global audience in our history, the youngest audience, and that's why we need to lean into AI, because we can be on all these platforms and we can expand our audiences and leverage technology like we all have to grow our audiences and to have different formats and different experience. I'm a huge reader. I have a colleague who doesn't read and just listens to podcasts. So like we all have different choices to consume the right information, but you're right, there's a lot of new voices and we're all paying attention and there's room for everyone.
Yeah, Mark, so with CNN, you're so visual, and also you have famous personalities. People love your anchors. Well, how does that translate into the new media world?
I think for all of us, what have we got that's special? The legendary Time covers is special. Both Andrew and Almar have got journalism of specialist, real depth. Yeah. And so, but for us, this is a moment where there's a risk of media anonymizing, AI gathering, summarizing, anonymizing.
A lot of commodity news.
That's right. How do you kind of un-anonymize? How do you bring personality back? Well, I think, honestly, digital media tells us the answer. You have influencers, you have opinion makers, you have stars. I mean, this is the age of Taylor Swift. Yeah. This is not the age of anonymity. It's the age of the biggest stars there've ever been. And at CNN, we have them. We've not yet been good enough at kind of presenting them in a full multimedia, digital-first way. Mm. So the idea that Caitlin Collins, with Caitlin Collins mentioned earlier, one of our youngest, but also extraordinarily promising anchor, we made a chief White House correspondent as well as being one of our main evening anchors. And one of the things we hope to do with Caitlin is bring people, not just at 9 o'clock when she does her show, but all through the day, along for the ride, the kind of roller coaster ride of inside Trump's White House, covering that story moment by moment. And we're building this. I want you to be there with her when she stands up and asks him the question. Mm-hmm. So you get a much more kind of experiential sense of how the news is happening.
I just wanted to jump in if I could. So you have a lot of that talent, actually, Mark. Our editor-in-chief, Ravi Agrawal, is ex-CNN. And throughout my career at the Financial Times and elsewhere, Politico elsewhere, I've worked with a lot of fantastic journalists who do well on broadcast and on TV. I've never worked with anyone like Ravi who can take that and make that personality whole. And as a result, we've gone in the other direction. We've given him an online show, FP Live, which he produces every week with newsmakers. And it really makes a difference when you build that brand, that personal brand.
I think it works best when you couple it with proprietary information, with unique journalism, with scoops, and couple that with a well-known journalist who is known for that expertise. And that's what we try to drive, not personalities for the sake of personality, but have that expertise underpin, and then couple that, Mark, maybe also to a business model for those journalists, because one thing that's been lacking is how can you participate in that success if you work for a large media organization? And so adopting a new model where the experts like that can actually thrive.
These are good points. The having a familiar face and someone you trust to bring you the news, or and to come up with original journalism, or and this is a kind of experiential news, to bring a sensibility. For example, Anderson Cooper covering the wildfires in Los Angeles at the beginning of this year. That's a profoundly shocking, emotional experience, and someone you trust. Anderson has talked a great deal about bereavement and grief himself. Someone who you know is going to be kind to the people they're interviewing live, they're interacting with, and is a partner with the viewer or the user, on an emotional partner on the journey. That's part of it. I mean, a lot of what we do, and particularly at the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and Foreign Affairs, is a kind of highly intellectual, factually based rendition, either of original journalism or analysis. There is a part for emotion and the capturing of the human experiences at the center of all these stories. And having someone whose values you respect, and whose track record gives you confidence, there to lead you through it, that too is a point of engagement and human contact. And I think one of the basic points in the age of AI, kind of the human factor matters more, not less, in many ways. And that's also, I think, part of the secret of how to crack the code on this.
Yeah, it's a funny time where you said, you all said, we're in the age of the superstar. No one's ever been more famous than our most famous these days. Yet you have AI coming up. How are you, as organizations, thinking about AI as a tool?
All right, so you are listening to that panel discussion right there. That is at the World Government Summit. We have been kind of dipping in and out of that as all of that has played out this morning. So we'll definitely make sure to check back in coming up in just a little bit. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here with us. It is 8 o'clock on the East Coast and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to take you right here out to this live image coming in out of Gaza, as we know that humanitarian aid is moving into the area. We actually saw just some of those trucks driving in moments ago, and it looks like more of them could be entering in the distance. Now, we also learned moments ago here that Egypt's president has now said he will not visit the White House if the Gaza relocation plan is on the agenda. The Times of Israel reporting a short time ago that President el-Sisi will not travel to Washington if the discussion does involve President Trump's plan for the U.S. to quote-unquote own Gaza and prevent Palestinians from returning. President Trump extended an invitation to the president earlier this month, but no date had been announced just yet. I do want to bring you, of course, to this image right here, but also over to the shot of the White House. As we know, just yesterday, President Trump met with Jordan's King Abdullah at the White House and predicted the possible end to a very fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Over the past couple days, Hamas has said that it plans to delay the release of 3 more hostages, claiming Israel has violated the terms of the ceasefire. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu directing his troops to prepare to resume fighting. Now, if those hostages are not released, he did warn of a deadline at noon on Saturday. President Trump echoing Netanyahu's warning, even telling Israel to call for the release of even more hostages. As always, so much to discuss out of that region. So I do want to bring in a good friend of the show here. We have Dan Arbel, scholar in residence at American University's Center for Israel Studies, also a 25-year veteran of the Israeli force there. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to join us here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first off here, I do want to talk about the warnings that have been issued by President Trump here in the U.S., as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I want to get your take as an expert. Overall, does Hamas, does the terror group there really care about those threats or warnings?
Well, I think that the Hamas issued its ultimatum or its announcement that it will suspend the implementation of the deal and releasing more hostages earlier in the week, and that left some time to try and negotiate a resolution of this issue. But I think that Hamas is certainly concerned about threats by Trump and by Netanyahu. I'm not sure, though, whether that'll bring them to change their mind. I think that they're still pretty much in control of Gaza. They still hold the hostages, which are definitely the key. That's what their main bargaining chip, so to speak. So it's hard to see them succumbing to pressure. However, I think that they are pretty much under pressure and thinking about how to go about dealing with this and what to do ahead of Saturday's deadline at noon.
And as I mentioned, what you're looking at right there is a live image coming in out of Gaza. And we actually saw some of those humanitarian aid trucks coming in. And also want to get your take on this, because the United Nations, who has not always been the biggest fan or supporter of Israel, has even said that the amount of humanitarian aid since the ceasefire began has increased. And we know that one of Hamas's arguments there about Israel violating the ceasefire is that the aid is not reaching them. So essentially, what does it say that even the United Nations is agreeing that the amount of aid has increased?
It means that Israel is keeping its end of the deal at this point, and it's certainly, almost 600 trucks per day are going into Gaza. And I think that this is part of the deal that Israel agreed to, and it's delivering on. The question is, this aid, the concerns over this aid is where does it go? And does Hamas seize it all, or do the people of Gaza that are suffering actually getting it? And that's the concern. But yet, despite these concerns, Israel has been delivering on its end. And I think that, that shows that it is implementing the deal in return for getting the hostages back. So we have to see how that plays out as well.
One thing that's been making headlines, just last week, we heard from President Trump that the U.S. should, quote unquote, own Gaza here as the war does kind of wrap up. So my question for you overall, do we know how Netanyahu feels about that? And also, have we heard from the leader of the Palestinian Authority about how he feels about that plan?
So I think that Netanyahu is kind of surprised by, not by the actual raising of this issue by Trump, but by the specificity that Trump and Trump read from a paper with a whole detailed plan. And so I think that Israel was surprised at first, but I think Netanyahu very, very quickly kind of decided, said it's a great idea and it should be looked into. And I think that he's now an enthusiastic supporter, but it does not seem something that is, first of all, no one's sure it's feasible. No one's sure when it will actually be rolled out, and what it means for Israel in terms of having hundreds of thousands of residents of Gaza leave. Neighboring countries have rejected it. And so this whole plan is up in the air, yet Netanyahu is showing support for it as part of his efforts to consolidate, a united front with the U.S. president.
Discussing the IDF and the U.S. and Israel in general here, I want to go a little bit more into what's happening over in Lebanon, because the U.S. has essentially denied the request by Israel and the IDF to keep those troops there just a little bit longer as the fighting does continue. So what does that say overall about the fact that the U.S. Does not want the IDF troops to remain there in Lebanon even longer?
So the U.S. wants Israel to implement its end of the deal with the Lebanese government. Israel, however, is very concerned that leaving Lebanon would open up, would allow Hezbollah to rearm, regroup, reorganize. And that's why Israel insists for the time being to hold some maintain presence along the border at different points, as it feels that the Lebanese army that was supposed to be deployed in areas of southern Lebanon and prevent Hezbollah from reorganizing has not been deployed effectively and is not doing its job. So Israeli concerns are security concerns. The U.S. wants Israel to keep its end of the bargain with the Lebanese government. We'll see how that fares out. It's not clear whether this is just an initial U.S. reaction or whether the U.S. will consider its position in the coming days. But if it doesn't, then Israel will have to see how it actually withdraws, yet maintain some sort of effective presence along the border from the Israeli side, though.
All right. Dan Arbel, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. And I do want to take you out to another developing story that we are following internationally right now, is after the rescue of American hostage Mark Fogel from Russia Tuesday, another hostage is expected to be released later today, but details are being kept under wraps. Now, just hours ago, the special envoy for hostages, Adam Bowler, told Fox News, quote, "We expect another one Wednesday," referring to another American hostage elsewhere. However, Bowler added, quote, "I can't release until the person released. Obviously, it could endanger a hostage release, and that I cannot do." You see that quote right there on your screen. Bowler making the statement as he and Secretary of State Marco Rubio joined Sean Hannity over the phone there on Fox News again hours ago. And we are waiting on more information there on who that will be. We'll, of course, keep you posted as we find out more. Also want to pop this up for you right here on your screen, as this is a post on social media from the White House showing last night's return of Mark Fogel. The American history teacher was deemed wrongfully detained by Russia after his arrest in August 2021, and he was serving a 14-year prison sentence. The White House described his rescue as a diplomatic thaw that could advance negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. President Trump would not say if he spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin about Fogel, but Fogel praised the Russian leader, describing him as, quote, "very generous and statesmanlike in granting me a pardon." President Trump was asked about the terms of the deal, saying, quote, "very fair, very, very fair, very reasonable. Not like deals you've seen over the years. They were very fair." And this morning, a Kremlin spokesperson telling reporters that a Russian citizen was freed in the U.S. in exchange for Fogel's release, but refused to identify the person until he or she arrives back in Russia, quote, "in the coming days." Again, looking at a post there from the White House as Fogel did return and then met over with President Trump. We did bring you those comments live last night, and we'll bring you more of them later on today if there are additional comments. It is likely, as the press briefing with the White House, Caroline Leavitt, begins at 1 p.m. Eastern time today, that will be a topic that is discussed. We do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news coming up here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:14 on the East Coast and 5:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look here at one of the many images that we do have coming in out of several different locations across the U.S., and that is because we are seeing snow in so many different spots. We're talking millions upon millions of Americans are under some kind of winter weather alert. And I believe at last check, that's about over 80 million. Now, in western North Carolina, where people are still picking up after Hurricane Helene months and months later, people can now expect ice disrupting travel and causing other major issues. I do want to bring in Chelsea Torres. She is with Fox News, of course, and is live for us over in Boone, North Carolina. And Chelsea, I can tell it's very cold behind you right now, but what are you seeing out there?
Hey, Josh, good morning. Well, I can tell you, you'll probably see some crews moving around behind me on the street, but they did just get snow, actually not yesterday, but the day before that, the night before that. And I'll kind of show you, it's the icy conditions that are really causing some sort of havoc, or at least was expected to cause some sort of havoc. Just to kind of give you an idea, I don't know if you can even hear that. This is, and I'm kind of ruining their bushes here, but this is just ice all over this area. Now, as for the roadways, that's really where a lot of this concern came from. But crews had really salted the roadways as much as they possibly could the past couple of days, really helping people get to where they needed to go, especially people trying to get to work today. And so one thing that I had noticed, at least, was that people were already driving as early as about 5:30 this morning, 6 a.m., and it really was the wet and icy conditions that a lot of people were seeing. And one thing is it was a lot of the driveways, a lot of the sidewalks also that could possibly cause some concern for people. I did speak to one business owner, and she was talking about how and a lot of officials were even talking about when it comes to ice here, it has to do with it building up on the tree limbs and power lines, which could possibly cause some power outages. But right off the cusp of Helene, a storm that did destroy a lot of homes, roads, and businesses here in the region, a business owner says not having a busy fall season, well, they're trying to do what they can to get through this winter.
I'm on a hill and go down. I think I can get down, but at that point you just kind of go for it because you don't know what it's going to be like going back up the driveway. I will say roads looked decent this morning, but it was certainly playing dodgeball with down trees, low-hanging limbs.
And Josh, I mean, you've probably seen a bunch of people already driving around. So really the roads are pretty decent. They're not too much to worry about, at least here in this area. But we're not out of the bag yet because there's still going to be rain throughout the day. There's been rain all day yesterday, freezing rain even. And there's even a possible chance of flash flooding deep into the mountains southwest of North Carolina. But then it's not just this area. Throughout the entire Midwest into the Northeast, they're also seeing this winter storm. Fox Weather was already saying in some Midwest cities, they'll be seeing some of their first large amounts of snowfall that they've had the entire season. I actually just spoke to my grandparents in between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. They said, we have 6 inches of snow. What they got to do now is dig it out so my grandma can get to work this morning. Josh?
Yeah, tell her to stay safe, and you definitely stay safe out there as well, because, yeah, we could hear the crackling of the ice as you were kind of touching that plant. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Again, please, please stay safe out there.
Thank you, Josh. Have a good one.
You too. And we are going to continue as we have been all throughout the morning, checking in with our different Fox affiliates. That includes Fox 5 DC, as they do have live team coverage, all, of course, relating to this winter system.
So for buses, yesterday the commute was not a good one for a lot of people. Cars, vehicles, buses. I saw people out on scooters trying to navigate it. As far as Metro, they said about 40 bus operators reported that their buses just couldn't go. They could not get through the snow to proceed with their scheduled trips because the weather conditions were so bad. They're going to operate on a severe snow plan today, meaning more routes could be impacted. So make sure to check if you're relying on Metro bus service this morning.
Well, let's continue our live team coverage now after our region got hit with another round of snow.
All right, we've been focusing on Prince George's County recently. Let's cross the county border to Montgomery County. Mel's in Silver Spring this morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we wanted to come here to the Falkland Chase area and the circle right at 16th Street, get a closer look at what Annie Mae's been telling us about this wires that are down, and it's pretty impressive, and it crosses quite a large part, actually the entire circle here. So you can see the equipment that's down in the middle of the road. They've got this completely blocked off. 272 customers without power right now. Pepco saying they do hope to have everyone reconnected by noon. This from an overnight crash. And you know, yesterday from 2 to 8 p.m., Maryland State Police reported 424 calls for service, 152 crashes, and 98 inoperable or unattended vehicles. Now, in our travels around the county this morning, I can tell you that the main roads are mostly wet or slushy. Snow removal operations are in stage 4. Let me show you some video, though, of the area around Woodmont and Arcola. Snow plows now turning to the neighborhood streets. This one in Woodmont making a first pass, getting to pavement pretty quickly, and then putting down some salt. We also found a couple of moms out early this morning shoveling their driveways and sidewalks before dawn. Why are you out here this morning having to do this?
Because my husband is going to work. So I need to help him. He's running late.
And what are you going to do after this?
After this, I'm going to sleep again.
Exactly. So we hope that Kamala is taking a nice, well-deserved extra sleep this morning. Number of people saying that they wanted to get out early and get those sidewalks shoveled because it's easy to do right now before it starts to melt and get really heavy or before it gets walked on. But the snow's pretty easy to push around. Number of people telling us that they were happy to have a little extra day off this morning as well. Now, as far as your neighborhood streets go, we mentioned Montgomery County now in stage 4 of its operations, which means the roads, but also starting to get into the neighborhoods. And it really depends on where you are. Here in Silver Spring, they expect to hit all of those neighborhood streets by about 3 p.m. today. But over in the Colesville-Arcola area, according to the county website, they don't expect to be done with snow clearing operations until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, Mel, we're going to what's going on in Silver Spring. Let's continue our journey across the DMV and head into Northern Virginia.
Outside Stephanie Ramirez, she is on the roads there this morning. Where are you now, Steph, at this hour?
Hey, yeah, so we tucked in, parked at the Ravensworth Shopping Center, now getting a first-hand look at the cleanup operations here in Virginia, Northern Virginia. And I have Quan here with RMP Contractors. Come on out, sir. I'm trying to convince him to let me get in here and drive us a little bit. Haven't been successful so far, but thank you for talking with us this morning. So what time did you start? What's it been like for you?
7 a.m. Yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning. You've been going nonstop.
Yeah, I've been out here since 24 hours. 7 o'clock, I've been 24 hours.
And how is this storm or this snowfall around for you compared to other snowfall you've seen?
Well, it's been a while since you had a storm like this big. It's been years ago, 5, 7 years ago when y'all had that big. But yeah, it's not too bad out here. Worse than what it was last time.
Yeah. So you mean like January last time?
Yes.
And then in terms of like the crazy things you're seeing on the roadway, what are some of the things people are doing here shouldn't be doing?
People just stopping in the highway and slowing down and not paying attention. Really, not paying attention and just basically shouldn't be out here no way. If it's bad for you, you shouldn't be out here.
Thank you for that. So you're going to let me drive, right? That's the plan. All right, cool. All right, guys. Before I get into the snowplow here, I want to let you know Virginia State Police are coming out with some numbers saying that so far from midnight to 7 o'clock this morning, they've seen nearly 850 crashes all across the state of Virginia. And I want to let you all know around 84 of them were in just Northern Virginia alone. 13 injuries reported. So you do want to be safe if you're hitting the roadways. But they're asking everyone, please delay that travel if you absolutely don't have to be on the road because they're still working on those secondary roads. And guys, Fairfax County, they actually posted a list of good sled hills in the area. So we're going to check out that list coming up in a little bit. Meanwhile, let me see if I can get back behind this wheel. I'll send it back into you all.
Stephanie, thanks very much. All right. I mean, listen, a lot of folks been working around the clock, but it's helped. A lot of the roads are in impassable condition, and we thank everybody for the hard work they put in over the last 24 hours. And a reminder, if you want to get up-to-the-minute condition updates, you can find it on our app. Just go to the Fox Local app if you don't have it yet. You can go to your app store or scan the QR code that you see on your screen.
A big thank you there to our Fox 5 DC team. We'll continue to check in with them and our other affiliates as we do get more information and see more of that snowfall. Now, you are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system. We are zoomed in. As you can see, so many areas impacted. We are talking about more than 80 million people under some kind of winter weather alert as we speak. Now, I do want to take a broad look overall, so let's bring in Scott Kleebauer, and I told him I would pronounce his last name right and then just butchered it, but a meteorologist at the National Weather Service's Weather Prediction Center. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you overall, as we take kind of a broad look at all of this here, what have certain parts of the U.S. seen so far, and what can we expect in the coming days?
Yeah, it's definitely been a very active winter for certain areas of the country. We just had this disturbance kind of move through the mid-Atlantic area and produce some pretty significant snowfall across portions of Virginia through the southern half of Maryland. And now we have the next disturbance that's going to be impacting areas from the plains up through the Midwest and Great Lakes. Seeing a pretty widespread swath of 5+ inches of snow for those locations from basically Kansas extending all the way northeast up through the Great Lakes, which does include some pretty major metro areas like the Chicagoland area.
And I did want to ask you, because again, I'm going to pop up this live look right here. This is at our XRAD radar system where we can look at a big swath of area there that is impacted. Are any of these areas that are seeing the effects ones that don't normally get this much snow? Or are we talking about folks who kind of know the drill?
Definitely people who know the drill. That area of the country from the plains up through the Midwest and Great Lakes is very prone to getting like some of the bigger type storms. And even here in the mid-Atlantic, we've definitely seen a big storm or two over the last several decades. This winter perhaps has been pretty significant for some of the lower elevation areas, especially as you get towards like the DC area and then into the eastern shore of Maryland and southern Delaware. There's been some significant snowfall in those areas so far this season, and those areas are right now pretty much above normal for this for season to date. So definitely been a great year for there.
I want to look ahead to the future here, obviously several days out from the weekend, really just a couple, but what are we expecting for folks across the U.S. when we talk about winter weather? Is there likely to be more of it? Are we talking about any kind of storm systems?
Well, we're definitely going to be keeping our eye on a disturbance that'll be developing late this week and through the weekend. It does look like that there will be winter weather chances, especially on areas like the Great Lakes, portions of the Ohio Valley, and then extending into New England. This one looks to trend to be a little warm for areas like in the mid-Atlantic and portions of the Northeast, but definitely northern New England will have a shot for some more winter weather. And then even areas out west will have another atmospheric river that'll be progressing into California and portions of the Pacific coast. And then moving inland, and we'll see an increasing chance for snow across the Sierras and then across the Intermountain West into the northern and central Rockies.
What has this winter been like compared to maybe previous winters? Because I know in the past we've seen things almost kind of mild overall, depending on where you're located. But how does this winter season that we've seen so far compare to maybe previous ones?
Well, it's definitely been very active, and I would say that this has probably been the most active winter of the last 3 or 4. There have been certain areas of the country that have seen a pretty significant amount of snow and cold, most namely the Deep South. The Deep South is not notorious for getting snowfall, and of course they had that fairly historic event that occurred over a couple weeks ago. That led to some pretty significant snowfall along the Gulf Coast, pretty much extending from East Texas all the way through even the Florida Panhandle. The Great Lakes have also seen a very active winter. It's been very cold, especially through January. There was several significant events that has occurred downwind of the lakes. Those areas are prone to getting those types of disturbances. However, there have been some areas that have been hit pretty hard so far this winter, especially areas south of Buffalo, downwind, like east of Lake Ontario, and then even areas across portions of Michigan, like off of the northern portion of Lake Michigan up near the Gaylord area. And then there's been obviously the excessive snowfall that occurred from that storm in the south. And then out west, it's been a pretty decent winter, especially for portions of the interior mountain west out towards like the Tetons, the Central Rockies, Northern Rockies. A lot of those areas are near to above normal in terms of snowfall for the season. And then, of course, the northern half of the Sierra has also had a pretty decent season.
Over on the left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at Ocean City, New Jersey. This is actually one of the cameras that we check out quite a bit. And it definitely usually looks a lot different than this, but of course it is winter. So what advice do you have for people watching right now who are in the path of any kind of winter weather, either now or maybe in the coming month or so?
Well, definitely what I usually say is hope for the best, prepare for the worst. It's definitely been an active winter. If you're in an area that is prone to winter weather, a lot of times you usually have your safety kits in your car just in case you do have to go out. But for any chance that there is going to be winter weather, of course, we encourage people to stay home and try to stay warm. It's definitely still going to be fairly active over the next at least couple of weeks that we can see. So certainly going to be a case where continue to prepare for winter, and there will eventually be light at the end of the tunnel, and we'll eventually hit spring later on, probably starting sometime in March and then carrying through April.
And hey, if you think about it, we're just a few months away from summer. So, you know, that's great as well. Scott, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, I just hope everybody stays safe, stays warm, and hopefully the impacts aren't too great, and people who enjoy the snow can enjoy the snow safely and have a fantastic rest of the day.
That's what we're hoping. Thank you so much again for taking the time to be here.
All right, no problem, Josh. Thank you.
And I do want to take you out to this live look we have coming in out of Brussels, Belgium. We are expecting to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth any moment now. We should also be hearing from the representatives from Ukraine. So once this all gets underway, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, as you can see, everything kind of getting set up. And I believe this was slated to begin at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, so just a few minutes ago. Obviously, these things rarely actually start on time, but once it does, again, we will bring it to you live, raw, and uninterrupted. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to a quick break, but we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:34 on the East Coast and 5:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. And as you can see, it's been a very busy morning and likely to be very busy over the coming hours here. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we expect a House discussion all related to the American hostages that are still being held by Hamas. Now, that's coming up here in just about 30 minutes. Then at 10 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we expect to hear the Senate convene, and they are going to debate and discuss the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard. That is, of course, for the Director of National Intelligence, with a vote slated for 11 a.m. Eastern time. And you can watch all of that here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out live right now. You can see it on your screen as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is meeting with his counterparts, other world leaders, and a lot of representatives, including the chief of NATO, there in Belgium. Specifically, he is over in Brussels. As you can see, he is shaking hands with folks out there. Now, we are expecting to hear from several representatives, including Hegseth, who will be seated right there in front of the plaque that does say United States. Again, we're going to hear from all of these folks, as well as a representative from Ukraine. So we'll bring you those comments. Not sure how much of it the media members will be allowed to hear. I know sometimes they make those initial comments, and then they do kind of say, all right, reporters, camera folks, it's time to leave. But it looks like they are seated and will be ready to go in a matter of moments. Now, I will warn you, yesterday around this time, we had some audio issues there. The microphone was not connected properly, so you couldn't really hear the audio. I'm hopeful it will be a different situation here right now. That was as Defense Secretary Hegseth was over in another location, but now he is in Belgium, so he switched locations. Let's pop up the audio to see if we can hear better.
Available. A coalition stretching from the Indo-Pacific to South America. And it's a pleasure to be joined by Secretary Hegseth, who confirmed to me this morning the US's continued commitment and involvement to the UDCG. Pete, we all wish you all success in your new job. Friends, we meet at a moment of great consequence. 2025 is the critical year for the war in Ukraine. Ukrainians continue to fight with huge courage, military and civilians alike. Their bravery, fused with our support, has proved a lethal combination. Putin believed he would win this war in 3 days, but now, nearly 3 years on, 850,000 Russians have been killed or wounded. But while Russia is weakened, it remains undeniably dangerous and is slowly taking ground. President Trump and President Zelensky have both spoken of their desire to achieve peace through strength. And it's the commitments here through this contact group that provide the strength to achieve that peace. And our job as defense ministers is to put into the hands of the Ukrainian war fighters what they need to fight and what they need to help force Putin to the negotiating table. At this crucial moment, we must step up further to strengthen Ukraine, to pressure Putin, to secure peace. And speaking as a European defense minister, we know our responsibilities. We are doing more of the heavy lifting, sharing more of the burden. Europe is stepping up with more defence spending and more support to Ukraine. For our part in the UK, we will spend £4.5 billion this year in military aid to support Ukraine, more than ever before. And by the end of March, both directly and working with our partners Latvia and other allies, we will have delivered over 10,000 drones in the last year alone. And today I've announced an extra £150 million in new firepower, tanks, artillery air-to-air missiles, and new contracts for repairs to crucial kit in Ukraine. Ukraine's security matters to global security. This war was never just about the fate of one nation. China is watching. Iran and North Korea are watching. All, like Putin, are looking for signs of weakness, for our determination to fade, for our unity to fracture. And when aggression goes unchecked on one continent, it emboldens regimes on other continents. When the border of one country is redrawn by force, it undermines the security of all nations. So let us recognize this danger. Let us confront it with conviction and unity and secure peace through strength together. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new US Defense Secretary, Secretary Hegseth.
Well, good afternoon, friends. Thank you, Secretary Healy, for your leadership, both in hosting and now leading the UDCG. This is my first Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and I'm honored to join all of you today. And I appreciate the opportunity to share President Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine. We are at, as you said, Mr. Secretary, a critical moment. As the war approaches its third anniversary, our message is clear. The bloodshed must stop, and this war must end. President Trump has been clear with the American people and with many of your leaders that stopping the fighting and reaching an enduring peace is a top priority. He intends to end this war by diplomacy and bringing both Russia and Ukraine to the table. And the U.S. Department of Defense will help achieve this goal. We will only end this devastating war and establish a durable peace by coupling allied strength with a realistic assessment of the battlefield. We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering. A durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be Minsk 3.0. That said, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5. There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact. To be clear, as part of any security guarantee, there will not be U.S. troops deployed to Ukraine. To further enable effective diplomacy and drive down energy prices that fund the Russian war machine, President Trump is unleashing American energy production and encouraging other nations to do the same. Lower energy prices, coupled with more effective enforcement of energy sanctions, will help bring Russia to the table. Safeguarding European security must be an imperative for European members of NATO. As part of this, Europe must provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Members of this contact group must meet the moment. This means donating more ammunition and equipment, leveraging comparative advantages, expanding your defense industrial base, and importantly, leveling with your citizens about the threat facing Europe. Part of this is speaking frankly with your people about how this threat can only be met by spending more on defense. 2% is not enough. President Trump has called for 5%, and I agree. Increasing your commitment to your own security is a down payment for the future, a down payment, as you said, Mr. Secretary, of peace through strength. We're also here today to directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the security of Europe. The United States faces consequential threats to our homeland. We must and we are focusing on security of our own borders. We also face a peer competitor in the communist Chinese with the capability and intent to threaten our homeland and core national interests in the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity and making the resourcing trade-offs to ensure deterrence does not fail. Deterrence cannot fail for all of our sakes. As the United States prioritizes its attention to these threats, European allies must lead from the front. Together, we can establish a division of labor that maximizes our comparative advantages in Europe and Pacific, respectively. In my first weeks as Secretary of Defense, under President Trump's leadership, we've seen promising signs that Europe sees this threat, understands what needs to be done, and is stepping up to the task. For example, Sweden recently announced its largest ever assistance package. We applaud them for committing $1.2 billion in ammunition and other needed material. Poland is spending 5% of GDP on defense already, which is a model for the continent. And 14 other countries are co-leading capability coalitions. These groups are doing great work to coordinate Europe's contributions of legal assistance across 8 key capability areas. These are first steps. More must still be done. We ask each of your countries to step up on fulfilling the commitments that you have made. And we challenge your countries and your citizens to double down and recommit yourselves not only to Ukraine's immediate security needs, but to Europe's long-term defense and deterrence goals. Our transatlantic alliance has endured for decades, and we fully expect that it will be. This won't just happen. It will require our European allies to step into the arena and take ownership of conventional security on the continent. The United States remains committed to the NATO alliance and to the defense partnership with Europe. Full stop. But the United States will no longer tolerate an imbalanced relationship which encourages dependency. Rather, our relationship will prioritize empowering Europe to own responsibility for its own security. Honesty will be our policy going forward, but only in the spirit of solidarity. President Trump looks forward to working together, to continuing this frank discussion amongst friends, and to achieve peace through strength together. Thank you.
All right, that was Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth as he addressed world leaders and other representatives there at the NATO headquarters over in Belgium. We do have to sneak in a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 8:48 on the East Coast and 5:48 on the West Coast, but so much more to get to here in just a few. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:51 on the East Coast and 5:51 on the West Coast. Do want to remind you of several live events that are about to kick off here. Coming up in a matter of moments, the House will lead a discussion all related to the American hostages that have now been held by Hamas for more than almost, I should say, 500 days since October 7th of 2023. We'll bring you that discussion right here on Live Now as it does get underway. Then at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the Senate is set to convene on the floor to debate and discuss the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence, and a vote on that confirmation expected to take place at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, we'll take you inside once that does begin. Right now, I do want to check in with our Fox 5 DC team as we continue to cover the big story here across the country. That is about 80 million Americans under some type of winter weather warning. They did have Stephanie Ramirez just moments ago filing a live report, so let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Let's head back into Northern Virginia, where Stephanie Ramirez has been this morning. Stephanie, you're saying a few more flakes starting to fall.
Yeah, well, listen, there's a snowplow that just came by us here trying to not get run over, but we are in the city of Fairfax now this morning, moving around over by Morningside and Andover, where we are now speaking with Frank, who was kind enough to chat with us because, guys, Frank is a professional. You told me, where did you live before?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. So you're used to the snow, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
And I see you have like a sweatshirt on. You got sneakers on. I'm over here in waterproof boots, so you're laughing at all of this.
Yeah, well, this is just the typical. But at least, you know, plow came through. This took 30 hours the last big snowstorm we had, so.
That's right, and we came back to this neighborhood because I remember it was January, right? At least 24 hours after that snow, this area was still packed and it hadn't been touched at all.
Yeah.
So schools had to close.
Schools had to close. Probably going to be at least a 2-hour delay tomorrow, but we'll see. But this snow's easier, it seems, for them to plow.
So what's your technique here? How's it been for you this morning?
Pretty easy. I mean, some of my neighbors helped on the sidewalks here, so I got my son helping as well. So we're good.
And that's very, very nice, because I remember last time, too, I was talking with an older gentleman who needed help but couldn't find any kids. He said nobody's going door to door to assist.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's maybe it's part of the, not as many kids are interested in making extra money, but, you know, neighbors here will help out if they see an unshoveled driveway or sidewalk.
Since you know what it's like to deal in the snow, I mean, what's the craziest thing that you've seen people do that maybe they shouldn't do?
Well, just always got to take a break. And again, if you need help, just ask a neighbor to help. Because I know the last snowstorm we had in the city of Fairfax, you technically do not have to shovel your sidewalks.
Okay.
So, whereas I think in D.C. you get fined if you don't.
Yeah.
So, you know, it took a good week and a half. You know, there were still sidewalks that weren't shoveled.
Yeah.
So, but that's okay. But, you know, just neighbors can be neighbors.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being a good neighbor here. Guys, we're going to send it back to you, but we've been checking in. As you can see, a lot of side streets, whether it's the VDOT handling or local plows, they're still getting to. So VDOT overall is just asking if you can delay your travel. Just stay off the roads, let them work. We'll send it back into you all.
Well, that's great advice.
All right, a big thank you to Stephanie Ramirez and our Fox 5 DC team. We will be checking in with them here over the next several hours and really days as we see that snowfall continue. Again, more than 80 million Americans under some type of winter weather alert. So regardless of where you are, you may be seeing that snowfall. Make sure to heed any sort of warnings that you are receiving from the National Weather Service and from your local and state officials. Again, taking a live look here at our XRAD radar system. That is just one major system we're watching, but we'll keep you updated all throughout the week into the weekend. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but so much more news to get to and live events here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:57 on the East Coast and 5:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. And if you've been with us throughout the morning since Jeanne Francine was in the hot seat starting at 6 a.m. Eastern time, there have been a lot of different live events, and that's going to continue throughout the day. As coming up here in a matter of moments, we do expect to hear from the House, a committee meeting all related to the American hostages that are still being held by Hamas. This, of course, is now nearly 500 days after the October 7th attack by Hamas terrorists on Israel, of course, and we are going to have that discussion for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up here in just about an hour, we do expect the Senate to convene, and they're going to discuss the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard as the Director of National Intelligence. So that'll be some discussion from lawmakers on the floor, followed by the actual vote, which as of right now is slated to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern. All of this, again, will be covered right here on Live Now from Fox. And the second we see that House committee meeting start at 9 a.m., we will bring that to you live. In the meantime, just moments ago, we did hear from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who is in a discussion all related to the situation in Ukraine, but also other international threats. Now, they did discuss the situation with China as well as Russia. What I do want to play for you is just right before that, we heard from the NATO chief, that is Mark Rutte. Want to play his comments right here on Live Now from Fox.
And faster. There's no time to waste. I also expect ministers to agree on a number of other important initiatives, including our new commercial space strategy and on further strengthening NATO's integrated air and missile defense. We also discuss Ukraine. Tomorrow afternoon, we will meet in the NATO-Ukraine Council with Defense Minister Rustem Umerov and the EU High Representative Kaja Kallas. Since 2022, NATO allies have provided Ukraine with unprecedented support, including 99% of all military aid. And we have seen recent additions to this from, let's say, Sweden, Finland, Canada, but also, of course, from France, the Mirages and the F-16s from the Netherlands. Other allies are also stepping up their efforts to train more Ukrainian troops. NATO's newly established command in Wiesbaden to support Ukraine is at the forefront of coordinating these and future contributions. At the Washington summit, allies pledged to provide Ukraine with 40 billion euros of security assistance in 2024. Allies have not only met their commitments, they far exceeded them. They have provided over 50 billion euros, more than half of which comes from European allies and Canada. This sends a clear signal of our unwavering commitment to Ukraine. It also takes a big step in the direction of what President Trump has called for. I agree with him that we must equalize security assistance to Ukraine. But to really change the trajectory of the conflict, we need to do even more. The stronger Ukraine is on the battlefield, the stronger they will be at the negotiating table, the greater the chances of getting a good deal for lasting peace. And that is what we all want for Ukraine, for our shared security, and for our global stability. Finally, we will address Russia's ongoing campaign of destabilizing actions against NATO allies. We see acts of sabotage, assassination, dangerous jamming of civilian airlines, and attacks on critical infrastructure, including undersea infrastructure. And NATO is responding, including through Baltic Sentry in the Baltic Sea, and with increased vigilance across the board. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
All right, we'll start with CNN.
Good afternoon. Oh, microphone. Question from CNN. How do you interpret the comments that we heard from President Trump on Monday that Ukraine may someday be Russian? Do you take it seriously? And even if you don't, how worried are you that this makes Western commitment to Ukraine appear fragile in Moscow's eyes and could undermine future security guarantees? We are intensely coordinating with President Trump's team at all levels, and these are very good conversations. This week we have many senior American officials visiting Europe, here at NATO, but also, of course, in Munich at the security conference. There is a convergence of views that we have to make sure, one, that Ukraine gets in the best possible position to start talks. Two, to make sure that whatever comes out of those talks, and when that will happen, that we have to be sure collectively and assure collectively that what comes out of it is durable. So no repeat of what we had with the Minsk agreement in 2014.
All right, Reuters.
Secretary General Andrew Gray from Reuters, you said that the assistance needs to be equalised, assistance to Ukraine between the United States and other allies, but you've just given figures that show the majority of that aid comes from other allies, not from the United States. So how much of a rebalancing does there actually need to be? And secondly, on the same theme, you said in Davos that if the Trump administration is willing to continue supplying American weapons, Europe will pick up the bill. How many European leaders have agreed to do that, and have they told you where the money will come from?
Well, first of all, we are on the right trajectory, indeed, when it comes to the aim of equalizing what the US basically decides as a one nation within NATO, comparable to all the other allies within NATO, so that we are equalizing. And here we see that Canada and Europe are even over 50% now, so that is good. But we have to maintain that trajectory. That's crucial, and I completely concur with President Trump and his team that this is the only sensible way forward. Then, of course, to the question of future support for Ukraine, no doubt there will be a debate, I expect, between allies who is going to pay for it, where it comes from, etc. But there is also a large agreement between all allies that we have to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs in terms of training, in terms of military equipment, to make sure that whenever peace talks start, they can do that from a position of strength.
All right, Sky News.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Donald Trump has repeatedly called on European NATO allies to spend more on defence, and he's also made clear that his priorities for security are facing up to the threat posed by China and defending America's own borders. How confident are you, therefore, that America would come to Europe's aid if European NATO allies came under attack? And could European allies alone defend themselves?
I think my reaction needs to have two elements. First of all, on the defense spending. President Trump has consistently asked for the Europeans to do more. We had a pledge in Wales in 2014, and basically not a lot happened after 2014. And it really started to take off when he was president in post-2016, 2017, and particularly in 2018, 2019, up to today, including the 20% increase, 23 compared to 24. US, NATO allies, so excluding the US, Canada and the EU, paying 20% more. And we have to continue this. The good thing is that what we have in place now is a process based on NATO's defense planning process, which will lead to clarity on what needs to be done to keep us safe, the capability targets. From there we will see where the gaps are. We know already that it probably will be in the area of missile defense, air missile defense, in the area of logistics, military mobility, long-range weapons, but also to increase the strength of our armies. Yes, the Navy and of course our Air Force, but particularly when it comes to our armies, we'll have to do more, including making sure that they can fight prolonged wars and that they will be more heavily armed, including with tanks. And all this costs money. We are now getting those numbers on the table, and this is the big difference with 2014. There it was, let's do 2%. Now we will have a content-driven debate. How do we fill the gap between where we are and where we have to be? And I I expect this to be north of 3%, I said before, but I'm not committing to a number now because we are still at the early stage in exactly coming to the details. And then on Europe and the rest of the world, I think when we discuss this with our American colleagues within NATO, there is a clear joint assessment that what happens in Ukraine or what happens in Europe, and particularly now in Ukraine, is not only Russia-Ukraine or Russia-Europe. It also involves North Korea, China, Iran. So there is an interconnection now between what happens in the North Atlantic and in the Euro-Atlantic area on the one hand, but also in the Pacific on the other hand. And that means that all these theaters are getting intertwined. And that means from a strategic point of view, we have to make sure that we assess them like this. But I completely understand that the Americans want the Europeans and the Canadians to pay more. And again, back to the first question, we are assessing exactly what needs to be done based on the capability target process.
All right, that is Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, as he was addressing folks there, world leaders and reporters, all of this related to the ongoing war in Ukraine, which will mark 3 years later on this month. What you're looking at on your screen is the slate for the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and we are expecting this to get underway here in a matter of moments. This is all going to be a discussion on the Americans that are still held by Hamas, and we're talking several. This is nearly 500 days after the attack by the Hamas terror group and other terror groups on Israel. We're talking, of course, about October 7th, 2023. Once this discussion gets underway, we will make sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Now, in the meantime, I do want to talk about another big story that we've been following, because after the rescue of American hostage Mark Fogel from Russia Tuesday, another is expected to be released later today. Details, though, being kept under wraps for the most part. Just hours ago, the special envoy for hostages, Adam Bowler, told Fox News, quote, "We expect another one Wednesday," referring to another American hostage elsewhere. However, Bowler added, quote, "I can't release until the person is released. Obviously, it would endanger a hostage release, and that I cannot do." Bowler making the statement as he and Secretary of State Marco Rubio joined Sean Hannity over the phone. And again, that was just a few hours ago. We are waiting on word of who that will be. And the second we find out, you will find out as well. Also want to pop this up on your screen right here, as this is a post on social media from the White House showing last night's return of Mark Fogel, the American history teacher deemed wrongfully detained by Russia. And this was after his arrest in August of 2021. He was serving a 14-year prison sentence at the time. The White House describing his rescue as a diplomatic thaw that could advance negotiations to ultimately end that war in Ukraine. President Trump would not say if he spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin about Fogel, but Fogel actually praised the Russian leader, describing him as, quote, "very generous and statesmanlike in granting me a pardon." President Trump was asked about the terms of the deal, saying, quote, "very fair, very, very fair, very reasonable, not like deals you've seen over the years. They were very fair." And this morning, a Kremlin spokesperson telling reporters that a Russian citizen was freed in the U.S. in exchange for Fogel's release, but refused to identify the person until he or she arrives back in Russia, quote, "in the coming days." Again, we will keep you updated as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. And as you can see, folks are getting seated here as we have this discussion about to begin on the American hostages still being held by Hamas. I do want to sneak in a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will listen in. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And as I mentioned, I do want to head to the House Foreign Affairs as they are discussing the American hostages still held by Hamas. And right there is Congressman Brian Mast of Florida. Let's pop up the audio.
With the return of Mark Fogel and what will occur today, I think it puts us all in a little bit more hopeful light. We know that we're in a different time, a different place, and a different commitment on behalf of the United States of America than what we've experienced in the past. And that's something I think that gives every single one of us hope. It should give us all hope. It gives me more hope because I do know the commitment of President Trump. And his commitment is that we don't leave our men behind. I want to thank you all for being here today. And formally, I do want to congratulate President Trump for securing the release of Mark Fogel from Russian captivity. As I just stated, President Trump has a commitment of leaving no man behind. It's important to reflect on that. President Trump is showing that when Americans are being wrongfully detained abroad, the U.S. government will move heaven and earth to get them back. That is a stark difference from what Mark had experienced before that. We know that we have Americans and our allies being detained abroad by Hamas in Gaza. I welcome you families who have come here to D.C. to share your stories with us. I think we all know that there was a bit of a blizzard that took place last night here in Washington, and there was questions by a number of individuals, shouldn't we cancel this roundtable? How can we expect people to come in for this with the snow on the ground? And the response to everybody that had a question was simple. How could we say to any one of you that have individuals being detained in unfathomable conditions that we can't do something simply because of a little white powder on the ground? And I just thought it was an interesting place to really put into perspective how we take things for granted in our first world situation that we live in each and every day that are nothing compared to what your families have had to go through. I can only imagine the pain that you and your loved ones who are held hostage are experiencing. I can't put myself into that situation. I prayed to God I never have to. 16 months after the brutal October 7 massacre, Hamas still holds dozens of innocent people hostage in Gaza, including 6 Americans. We remember each one of them, and we will not rest until they are all safely brought home and Hamas is eradicated. Today, we will have the opportunity to hear from the family members of 6 hostages being held by Hamas. We have Rona Nutra with us, Miss Orna Nutra, Ilhan Grzuski, Mr. Moshe Lavi, Daniel Lifshitz, Mr. Gal Dalal, and Mr. Eli David. Thank you all for being with us today. Congress, and you all have the opportunity to introduce yourselves more thoroughly. Congress and the world must hear from each of you because there are individuals in Washington and across the globe who will deny, and they will whitewash, and they will simply ignore what has taken place. It's up to us to make sure that does not take place. They will make excuses for the terrorists who raped and slaughtered 1,200 innocent Israelis and Americans on October 7th. They will make excuses for the animals who continue to hold hostage in Gaza as we speak. There is no path to ending this conflict without the release of hostages. And the purpose of our meeting today is to keep their freedom at the top of our agenda. We need to bring them home now. I turn now to my friend and ranking member, Gregory Meeks, for his opening remarks, and then we will allow a representative from each family to share their experiences before we recognize the remainder of our members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing us together today, and thank you to everyone for being here today. You know, I have witnessed many of you advocating for your loved ones from day one. The courage, the strength, the stamina you've shown is incredible. Ilana, I don't think there's anyone better than you to speak to the plight of the hostages. It's a blessing, again, to have you here and to hear from you again. I've heard and know and feel the stories that you've told. My heart breaks that we're still here because that means your loved ones are not home. It's time, way past time, for them to be home. In fact, they should have never been taken from home. And we shall never forget that. And we shall continue to be focused and dedicated to make sure that your loved ones come home. I look in your eyes, and I think anyone that's looking in your eyes can feel your hearts and your pain. It is something that has stayed with me. Fact of the matter, it never leaves me. Every day, I'm looking to see whether or not this ceasefire will hold and your loved ones will be brought home. Focused on making sure. In fact, that's questions that I ask all the time, saying, what did we do? And every time we have these conversations among ourselves, one of the first things we bring up is get the hostages home. A lot that we need to do. But the first thing that we need to do is to make sure that we get the hostages home. And so some of us are here, some are new members of Congress. They need to hear your stories. They need to know, as many of us who have heard them over the last 2 years, because there's going to be an effort that has to continue, not a partisan effort. This has to be an effort that we work collectively, Democrats and Republicans and independents, and as human beings, we can't stop until your loved ones are home. We can't get distracted. We can't let noise come and cloud it. What the first objective has to be, bringing your loved ones home. So I thank you, because I know that as difficult as it is for you to have to repeat your pain, it is important that you articulate your pain to any and all people that will listen, but especially to members of Congress and others, so that we can stay on our leaderships and move forward and try to get them home and make sure that peace can have a possibility. Thank you again, and I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you and let you know that my prayers and my heart is with each and every one of you. Words will never be enough. Never be enough. We will never forget and never stop working. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Ronan and Orna, can we begin with you two?
Thank you, Chairman Musk. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. It's our third time here. We appreciate the opportunity to speak and focus on this dire humanitarian situation that started 495 days ago. We are Orna and Ronan Neutra. We live on Long Island, New York for the last 25 years. On day 422, a little over 2 months ago, our family was delivered the devastating news that Omer, our son, died in Hamas captivity on October 7. For 422 days, we prayed, we marched, we spoke, we've been everywhere. When we said Shiva, the customary 7 days of mourning, thousands of people came to pay their respects. The flag was flown at half-staff throughout New York, and New York congressmen spoke about Omer and our fight to get him back here in Congress on the floor. It was heartwarming. President Trump called us and sent us a letter of condolences, and we so much appreciated that. To many, Omer was a symbol of the devastation caused by the events of October 7. Many who knew Omer personally shared with us the very profound ways Omer had influenced them, inspired them with his kindness, sense of humor, and tactful leadership. Both our boys, Omer and Daniel, who spoke here at the committee last year, grew on Long Island, New York, their childhood surrounded by a warm Jewish community. Omer was the center of every community he touched. He was the captain of his high school sports teams. He was the regional president of his youth group. He had a unique way of making everybody who talked to him feel like they were the most important persons on earth. After spending a year in Israel before college, deepening his bonds with the broader family and new friends, Omer felt he had a duty to protect the people in Israel and to serve in the IDF. And so he volunteered and joined. On October 7, Omer was a tank platoon commander and a first responder to the border invasion and rushed to the front to fight and save lives. After excruciating 422 days of endless worry for his safety, fighting and advocating for his release together with all the other hostage families, we were informed that Omer was killed on October 7. Within our devastation, we lost our hope to reunite with him alive. But Hamas, this terror organization, is holding him and his remains of 34 more murdered captives against any international law and any religious values and principles. Who does that? Since the last deal in late November 2023 that brought home over 100 women and children, we've been advocating for a deal that would bring the release of the rest of the hostages. We spoke on every stage, participating in meetings, and we've probably been in the White House over 20 times. And we appreciate that. After months of tireless work of the negotiators and President Trump's election, finally we started to see hostages coming out. A deal was signed, but it is fragile, and only a first phase has been agreed to. We trust that President Trump and his team will make sure that the release continues, among them 6 Americans that need to come home. And everybody else, all the hostages must come home. The first stage is bringing the remaining women, children, and elderly, and we have to make sure that all the other remaining 76 of them, our brothers, fathers, sons, our soldiers, and the remains, will all come home. We saw how starved and frail the 3 remaining hostages, returning hostages, came out this weekend. They are tortured in the tunnels. It is urgent. We must make sure that the deceased are returned respectfully for their families for an honorable final resting place. Our son Omer chose to put his life at risk to save thousands of others. We owe it to him to rescue the people he gave his life to and bring him home so we can get our own closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronan. Ilana, will you share with us next?
Good morning. Thank you for hosting us, and thank you for your leadership in bringing the remaining hostage home. My name is Ilana Gritsewski. I'm 31 years old. Today I speak to you not only as a former hostage myself, but also as a girlfriend of Matan Sangauker, who is still in captivity in hands of Hamas. On October 7, at 6:30 a.m., when the sirens start, I was already awake, sitting on the couch with my coffee in my home in Kibbutz Nir Oz, near the Gaza border. I ran to our bomb shelter, brought the dog inside, and I screamed from my boyfriend Matan. 10 minutes after the first sirens, we start hearing gunfire and screams in Arabic. The kibbutz groups chat were already filling with messages about terrorists breaking into homes, one by one. Eventually, our turn came. They broke into our home, shooting everywhere, smashing everything. Matan and I jumped out the window, trying to save our life by running in different directions. I was so paralyzed by fear that I frozen and started hiding outside behind a cabinet. Then I felt a strong yank on my hair, a knee streak on my stomach, and they dragged me across the floor. They threw me against a wall and gave me 7 guns, RPG, and grenades at me. The only thought running through my head was, why does my family have to see me die like this? After threats, beatings, and more dragging, they threw me into a motorcycle and put me a plastic hood over my head. I had no idea what happened to Matan. On the way to Gaza, they keep beating me because for them, I was a prize. They also start touching me everywhere, and at that point, on the motorcycle, I passed out. Physically and mentally, I couldn't handle it anymore. I guess my body preferred to shut down. I wake up in some ruined house, lying on rocks, surrounded by Hamas terrorists. I was suffering from a fractured jaw, a broken pelvis, ear damage for explosion, and a burning leg. And that was not everything. I was also on my period when they kicked me. Try ask Hamas terrorists for a sanitary pad when you can't even move because of your injuries. On the first day, many people came to see me, to play mind games. One of them fixed on me. He told me I will never leave, that I was beautiful, that we were going to marry and have children. Even if there was a deal, I would not be released. He handed me his gun, told me to play with it, and stole all my jewelry. The next day around noon, they brought me another hostage from Nir Oz. That gave me strength. I realized I wasn't alone. We looked out for each other. After a week, they moved us to a different place. I found myself walking through Gaza streets, holding the terrorist's hand if I were his wife. This time they took us to a filthy house, infested for cockroach. We slept on the floor with a twin mattress that wasn't a really mattress. We spent about 40 days there, with barely any food, almost no water, constant psychological terror. In 55 days in captivity, I lost 24 pounds. They did not give me any medicine. No doctors came to see me, even though I told them that I was suffering from colitis and anemia. The terrorists detected everything. When we can spook, when we could go to the bathroom, when we could get up, they wake up in the middle of the night for make us interrogations. From the moment I was captured, 2 wars were with me all the time. They did not wear Hamas uniform. They dressed like civilians. They told me that one of them is a math teacher and the other one is a lawyer. For 50 days, they make sure I could not escape. They told us all the time that we are going to be hostage for 5 or even 10 years. About 4 days before my release, someone knocked on the door. We wake up terrified, thinking we're going to be included in the deal. But they came to tell us we are going to home. They changed our clothes, moved us, and prepared us to leave. But it was a lie. They transferred us to a hospital where we meet a third hostage. The next morning around 10 a.m., they told us again that we are going home. They moved us to another room, braved us, shaking us, gave us supplies, and told us to get into a car waiting outside. But instead of taking us to freedom, they take us to a tunnel. There we saw more hostage, some whom were my friends for kibbutz near us. I saw Eitan Oren and David Cunha. There who still remain in hands on Hamas. I was only then in the tunnels, after more than 50 days, that I found out that my boyfriend Matan was also hostage. Just a short distance away, but I couldn't reach him. I begged the terrorists to let me see him, but they say later. The next day they told me I was leaving. I refused. I want to see Matan. I knew that if I would leave, my soul would be remaining in Gaza. But they didn't let me stay. So I left with a hole in my heart, promised my friends I will do everything in my power to bring them home. And now I'm keeping that promise. Please, help bring Matan home. President Trump is doing everything in his power to demand the release of all hostages. We are so grateful for that. Please stand behind me. Please leave all the hostages back home. I want to be able to be in my reality. I know with this step flip away, I can get my boyfriend in a bag. I don't want that. I want to be able to be in reality, to get married, to get children. No, I did have to ask all the day why I'm here, but they know. We are all humans with the same rights. We all have family waiting here. Why I'm different, why I'm here, but no. I want to be a bakery again. I want to be able to try to rebuild a life after this hell. And in the only way I can be able to do that is when all hostages come home. So I didn't ask why I'm here, then they know. I don't want to bring my boyfriend in a bag. I want to be able to be kind in the promise that I did it to my friend that I went to return alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. Moshe?
Good morning, Chairman Mass and representatives. Thank you for having us today on day 495 since our loved ones were taken by Hamas terrorists and their accomplices. My name is Moshe Lavi. I'm a proud Israeli, proud captain in reserves of the Israel Defense Forces, and most importantly, a proud brother to my sister Lishai Miran Lavi, and a brother-in-law to Omri Miran, who was kidnapped on October 7th. Lishaya has been fighting for 495 days for the return of her partner, Omri. She has been fighting so that her family, her two daughters, Ronnie and Alma, will have their father again. Let me share a bit about Omri. Omri has a beautiful soul, a gentle heart, and a kind smile. He's a shiatsu therapist and a gardener, healing people in his clinic, healing plants in the gardens of Kibbutz Nahal Oz, where he started his life with Lishai. A lover of sport, a literature enthusiast, a man who is connected to nature, a spiritual person who believes in the goodness of the heart of mankind. He met my sister in March 2020, and amid the global pandemic, they fell in love, built a home to themselves, and started a family, bringing to the world my two nieces, Ronnie, who is 3.5 years old, and Alma, who will mark her second birthday in 2 months, in a month, in March, hopefully with her father. On October the 7th, Omri, Lishai, and the girls were at their home. Hamas terrorists barged into their home, luring them to open the door by using a teenager named Tomer Arava. Tomer begged for his life, so Lishai and Omri opened the door. They wanted to save his life, even though they knew the terrorists would be entering their home. Tomer's body was found a few days later because Hamas terrorists were responsible for his death, despite the fact he was used throughout that day to make people open their doors. For hours, Lishai, Omri, and the girls were held at gunpoint as captives in their own home. They were grouped with another family from the kibbutz, the Dan family, whose eldest daughter, Mayan, was murdered that morning, and were abused. This was all live streamed on Facebook for the world to see. And despite there are naysayers today who are denying the atrocities of October 7th, we have plenty of footage, plenty of videos to showcase to the world of the atrocities Hamas committed that day. Hamas and their accomplices, including civilians, who entered the kibbutzim and the towns of southern Israel, where I grew up, and ravaged them, burning houses with people in them, raping women, killing and injuring countless people. At 1:30 p.m. that day, Omri was handcuffed and was instructed to stand up. That was when he was taken hostage to the Gaza Strip with a few other members of Kibbutz Nahal Oz. Lishai, my sister, told him she loves him, she'll take care of the girls, and ask him not to be a hero. Omri responded that he loves her, and that was the last time they saw each other. Ronnie, my 3-year-old niece, tried to run to him. Luckily, Lishai stopped her. At 5:30 p.m. that day, Lishai and the girls were rescued. My parents and my other sister and her family were rescued as well. I could have been a man without a family. I was in New York at the time. I was lucky. My family survived. By being lucky means that you have a hostage in your family who is being held by Hamas terrorists for 495 days. I'm grateful for all the work done by our great ally, the United States, and its elected officials, you, over the past 16 months, whether by the previous administration and naturally by the current administration, the Trump administration, which has secured a deal that has saved thus far the lives of 26 individuals, Israelis and foreign citizens, who were rescued, released from the grips of the terrorists who held them captive. But our mission is not done. Our mission as families is to keep amplifying the voices of our loved ones. I'm here not to speak as Moshe, I'm here to speak as Omri Miran, who is calling from the dungeons of Hamas for the rescue, asking his own government to do everything it can to preserve our ethos, Israeli and Jewish ethos and social contract, to redeem our captives, asking for the international community to hold accountable the perpetrators of October the 7th and those who funded and sponsored them, including countries like Iran, and asking you to do everything you can to pressure the stakeholders, the mediator countries, to force Hamas to a viable agreement, to understand that we now need to act fast so that those who still remain captive, alive, will be saved and rehabilitated in the state of Israel, and those who were murdered or killed on October 7th or in captivity will receive the honor to be buried in the land of Israel so that their families will have a closure. This is our greatest mission. This is the greatest mission of our time as Israelis, as families of hostages. And I'm humbled that you took on yourself as a country, as representatives, to take that mission as well. I implore you to keep pressuring everyone to make sure that people like Omri are not forgotten, that their stories are shared everywhere, that their beautiful souls are the ones that matter, so that everyone will receive the closure they need. I thank you, both parties, for doing everything you can and ask you to keep doing it so that this agreement will not fall apart and that we'll have the reunification of all hostages with their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Moshe. Daniel.
Hello. So first of all, thank you very much for welcoming us. I want a special thank, of course, to President Trump and to you, Chairman Musk, for actually making it a humanitarian issue. Again, we felt for a long time that the hostages issue was not on the top priority of the world and was not on the top priority of the humanitarian aspect of it, and I really want to thank you for doing that. The stories of Ilana and Moshe, stories of Ilana as a woman and Lishai. We have 3 others, starting from my grandmother, Yocheved Lifshitz, that been released after 17 days, waiting for her husband almost for 500 years. She's as well, we saw Arbel Yehud coming back home 2 weeks ago. Arbel was my stepsister and as grandchild to my mom, to my grandmother. Arbel is an amazing soul and coming back here without her boyfriend, Ariel Cunyo. Having my third, one of my best friend and an American citizen, Sagi Dekelchen. Sagi Dekelchen taught us in Kibbutz Nir Oz, the place where we have 25 hostages still coming from there from the 76. Sagi taught us to play baseball in Nir Oz, on the grass in Nir Oz, where so many people have been murdered and kidnapped. He's a hero, and his wife is waiting for him with 3 daughters at home. That's the holy work we need to go out from here, to bring those men back home to their women so they can have their lifetime shared together. If it's my grandma, and if it's Sagi, and if it's bringing Ariel to Arbel. My grandfather is the eldest hostage considered alive. My grandfather is the only great-grandfather held hostage in the world, Oded Lifshitz. He found Kibbutz Nir Oz in 1957, defending the country by founding this kibbutz so close to the borders, knowing the risks. He fought in 4 different wars from 1967 to 1982, risking his life. By doing that, he was also a humanitarian activist, a peace activist, a warrior for justice and for doing the right thing. My grandfather built a kibbutz. My grandfather built an amazing cactus garden, a 64-year-old cactus garden, which the last scene of my grandmother, when they've been kidnapped from the whole bomb shelter, when they've been dragged naked at home, she saw my grandfather on the ground, on the cactus garden they built for 64 years, and she thought he was murdered. But my grandfather, as a cactus, has a lot of resilience, and those hostages has their resilience, but not much more. The time is gone, and we saw what happened on Saturday, and we see the situation of the hostages. Also, my grandfather doesn't have that time, and we understand that painful concessions had to be paid to bring the hostages back home. But it's a victory to the Western values to bring those hostages back home. That's the most important thing. And I know my grandfather worked all his life for trying to bring education to the Palestinians, to fight for coexistence, to fight for so many things. And now is our time to pay back to my grandfather for everything he did in the world. And I think that now we have to work, all of us together, and to know that we have to change the strategy as well, and to give a legitimacy strategy. A strategy with, first of all, we bring all the hostages back home, and after we can eradicate Hamas. We can do it from the outside, and we can do it for them, because the victory that all of you, together with us, will make together is to bring those hostages back home, to bring Sagidek Elchen home, to bring my grandfather back home to his grandmother, to bring Matan to Ilana, and to bring Lishai home. We beg you and stand here to tell you the victory of Israel is to bring the hostages back home. After we will eradicate Hamas, after we will make everything possible, you can dry them out. You cannot bring the humanitarian aid inside, and you can bring an short expiry, the humanitarian aid, to not make Hamas collect. You can stop the money going inside. You can do many things, but we will not be able to save their lives if we will not work fast and do it now. So we ask you, be with us. After that will be the steps for the future, for peace, and for everything. That's also my grandfather will, and what he's coming here to ask from you, because I'm here for my grandfather, for the future of Kibbutz Nir Oz, for the future in Israel, and for the future of the Western value. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Gal.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. Thank you for hosting us. I'm deeply grateful for your support and for your time. For almost a year and a half, we families have done everything we can to bring our beloved families member back home. Today, we're here to tell you their stories. Thank you for your support, and ask you to keep doing everything within your considerable power to ensure the release of all hostages being held in Gaza. My name is Gal, and I am survivor of the Nova Festival. But mostly, I am Gal, the older brother of Guy Gilboa Dalal, who was kidnapped at the Nova Festival, taken hostage by terrorists, and been held in tunnels of Gaza ever since. I am older than Guy by 7 years, yet he is my best friend. He is a brilliant guitar player and has deep love to the Japanese culture. He was learning to read, write, and speak Japanese, and his dream is to travel to Japan and experience the sakura season. On October 7th, Guy attended the Nova Festival with his 3 best friends, Ron, Idan, and Evyatar David. Evyatar's brother is here, Eli. He will also tell his story. Evyatar is Guy's childhood best friend. Tragically, like so many others, Ron and Idan were brutally murdered. Their spirits are a blessing to us today. Guy, along his best friend Evyatar, was kidnapped by terrorists and taken to Gaza. I managed to escape and return home. Because it was Guy's first music festival ever, he asked me to come along, and so I went with him to ensure he had a great experience and to look out for him. I arrived at the festival at 6:15 just 15 minutes before the alarm started. As soon as I got there, my brother ran up to me, hugged me and kissed me, told me how happy he was that I come. Like all good sons, he took a selfie and sent it to our mom to let her know we are together and we are safe. 15 minutes later, the alarm started. At that moment, I decided to go to my house, and Guy and his friends were supposed to join me. I wanted Guy to ride with me, but he said he didn't want his friends to feel like he was abandoning them, so he would return with them and meet me there. As soon as we heard the gunshots, the fog and the chaos of the moment set in. We were separated, and I couldn't find Guy. I couldn't get back to him. I called him, but he never answered. I'll never forget the sight of countless young people lying lifeless. I was shot at, had to keep running, taking cover wherever I could. And after nearly 10 hours of fleeing and hiding, I was finally rescued by our forces, only to learn that my brother had been kidnapped by Hamas. A video of him had already been published 3 hours before I was rescued. My parents, family, and friends knew he had been taken, but chose not to tell me, allowing me to focus on saving my own life. It shattered me. I couldn't bear the thought that I had gone there for him, to watch over him, and yet I left without him. Since then, my family, like so many other families, are tormented by our imagination of what Guy is enduring. While Guy is subjected to physical and sexual abuse, we are also psychologically tortured by Hamas' sick games. Our hearts break at the sight of the recently released hostages. The horror they endured is an evident, and no words can convey the urgency of freeing all hostages more powerfully than the images themselves. It's been almost a year and a half since I last saw my brother, and he and the other hostages are running out of time. 76 hostages are still in Gaza, and most of them are still alive. My brother is still alive, surviving in these inhuman terms. We need your help. We want all the hostages home as soon as possible. We know from reading the press, anything can happen in the Middle East. These hostages deals, that's why it's so urgent to bring them all home now. We need Hamas to stick to phase 1 of the deal and to agree to phase 2. I believe President Trump wants to and capable of bringing lasting peace to the Middle East. He understands that the only path forward is the immediate release of hostages. Every single time he has spoken about Israel, Gaza, or the Middle East, he has brought up the hostages first. He has taken personal responsibility for this issue. You can't imagine what it means to us. I will do anything to see my brother again. But I also know in my heart that any last peace in the Middle East begins with release of the hostages. Without them, the healing process that the regime so desperately needs cannot begin. With your support, I trust President Trump will bring them home, save my brother, and give us a true opportunity for lasting peace. Thank you again.
Thank you, Gal. Eli?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Eli David, and my brother, Eviatar, has been held hostage by Hamas for over 419 unbearable days. For almost 500 days, my family has lived in a painful, endless wait, hoping for news, for progress, for the moment we can finally bring him home. Every day that passes without him is another day of uncertainty, of anguish, of time stolen from his life. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump for his leadership and for his commitment to bringing our loved ones home. The recent release of hostages is proof that determined action makes a difference. That when leaders stand firm and prioritize this humanitarian crisis, lives can be saved. We've seen progress, and for that, We are thankful. But we are not there yet. This first stage is a crucial step forward, but 76 hostages are still waiting in captivity, and their return must remain a top priority. Every one of them has a family, desperate to hold them again. Every one of them deserves to come home. In the past few weeks, we've seen 21 hostages reuniting with their families. A moment of relief and hope for all of us. Each return is a gift, a reminder that bringing them home is possible. But my brother, Eviatar, is still not among them. He was kidnapped as a civilian from the Nova Festival, together with his best friend, Guy Gilboa Dalal. Both taken in an instant from the life they knew. While we celebrate those who have made it back, we cannot lose sight of those who remain. The mission is not over until every hostage is home. My brother was 22 when he was kidnapped. Now he's 24. He's the kindest person I know. He's an amazing guitar player. We play music every week. And I miss him so much. The second stage of this deal cannot wait. The lives and honor of 76 people are hanging in the balance, and we must ensure that we keep moving forward. We cannot afford to let momentum fade. We cannot accept the delays. Every day that passes makes the suffering worse, and our determination to bring them back must only grow stronger. I trust President Trump can help get us there. His leadership has already brought hostages back, and I trust that with his continued efforts, we can reach the next stage of this agreement. The families of the hostages are counting on the world to stay engaged, to keep up the pressure, and to make sure this mission is completed. To everyone in a position of influence, President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, members of this committee, and all those working behind the scenes, please continue pushing forward. This is not just a diplomatic challenge, it is a moral mission. We must see this through until every last hostage, both the living and those murdered, are returned home where they belong. We remain hopeful and steadfast. We will not stop speaking, we will not stop advocating, and we will not stop fighting until Eviatar and all 75 other hostages are back in the arms of their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Again, we just don't have the ability to know exactly how you feel, but thank you for helping to give us a glimpse of what life has been like. It helps us all to better understand and to be able to place ourselves in these situations that nobody ever wants to be in. So thank you for sharing with us, for sharing with the world. We're going to alternate from left to right to ask a few questions, learn a little bit more. I'm going to begin with my colleague, Representative Kim. We'll start with you. We'll start with Representative Kim. I didn't mean to hit you while you were standing up. My apologies. And then we'll alternate back to this side.
I welcome you, and thank you so much for sharing your stories. And I've taken notes, but we have already known about your family members and your loved ones. And so I just want to echo the commitments that our Chairman Mast and our ranking member and the colleagues here today are making, and that we will not rest until all hostages remains, or we don't, as you mentioned, Ilma, we want to see your boyfriend come live, not in a bag. And I really took that to heart, and I'm so sorry for the personal suffering that you endured and continue to do. So I really feel for you, from a woman to another woman, but also to your grandfather, to your brother-in-law, to your family members, to your brother and your son. I really feel for you. It's also good to hear that you have confidence in President Trump and in his leadership. You already said, LA, that his leadership has already made a difference. And we're doing this in different phases, but we will make sure that everyone is back home with their loved ones. And we will not rest, and we'll provide the forum and the opportunity for you to speak out until everyone is back home. So I just wanted to also echo that Hamas's repeated attempts to exploit the recent hostage transfers is a good reminder of the need to work hand in glove to ensure an attack like this can never happen again. So I hope you will continue to speak out and tell us what steps are needed in your view to ensure that we can achieve Hamas enduring the defeat. If you want to respond.
All right, giving you a live look out of Washington, D.C., where we were just hearing from families of American hostages. They were addressing the House committee. Of course, this all comes as this fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas seems increasingly at risk of falling apart. Hamas saying it will not free 3 hostages on Saturday as planned. Israel saying it's ready to resume the war if it doesn't. And families of the hostages are trying to maintain hope as they're pleading with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to give up on the ceasefire framework and to speed up the timeline of these releases if possible. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. We have a number of live events to take you out to here. So we are going to go away for a 2-minute break. We'll bring you back out to Washington, D.C. on the other side. We'll be right back. Your time now, 10:08 on the East Coast, 7:08 on the West Coast. We're going to take you back out to Washington, D.C. right now, as this is Congress's first Department of Government Efficiency Subcommittee meeting. They're discussing the Biden-Harris administration policies, as well as Medicaid spending and pandemic-era spending. This all coming after President Trump has said he will address waste and fraud, including by auditing outdated federal payment systems. The Doge subcommittee members will work with expert witnesses to examine how Congress can help the president in his efforts. So we're going to take you out to that right now. We did just hear from Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. She is the chairwoman. We are going to pivot, as it looks like we're hearing from Ms. Stansbury right now.
Fiscal responsibility. And that's why today's hearing is focused on making sure that the federal government is doing what it's supposed to and digging into the more than $236 billion in improper payments that we see going out the door every single year. And we need to get to the bottom of that. And we need to make sure that we're putting into place rigorous oversight and controls to prevent fraud and abuse, and of course, to go after bad actors. And that is why myself and the Oversight Ranking Member Connolly and other Democratic members of the committee sent a set of bipartisan ideas that we'd like to work on together that would root out waste, fraud, and abuse and modernize and streamline how our agencies deliver vital programs for the American people. These are programs that are important for our seniors and our families and healthcare and the education system, and we need bipartisan solutions to get across the finish line. And we've been trying over the last several years to get these ideas out of this committee, but unfortunately, the committee's priorities have been elsewhere under the current majority. So I hope we can fix that this Congress. But we can't just sit here today and pretend like everything is normal and that this is just another hearing on government efficiency. I mean, all you have to do is look across this room and see that it is not a normal hearing. Because while we're sitting here, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are recklessly and illegally dismantling the federal government, shuttering federal agencies, firing federal workers, withholding funds vital to the safety and well-being of our communities, and hacking our sensitive data systems. In fact, while we were here discussing government waste on the House floor yesterday, Elon Musk was standing behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office with the president, and the administration was making emergency court appeals to try to unlock his team's access to the Treasury payment system, which they claim they are using to study improper payments, which is the topic of this hearing. But here's the thing. The Treasury payment system, which includes Social Security information and bank accounts for millions of Americans and data that's critical to national security and the operation of the U.S. government, and payments that go out the door annually equal to almost a fifth of the U.S. economy, is not where the payment decisions are made, because that happens inside the agencies that are currently being dismantled. And the people who actually investigate waste, fraud, and abuse at these agencies are the inspector generals, who Donald Trump fired his first week in office in a midnight massacre. So we have to ask ourselves, what is really going on here? Why did Republicans block Elon Musk from appearing before this very committee last week? Why is the administration so eager to allow Elon Musk and his hackers to have access to proprietary and private information in the Treasury payment systems? Why are our colleagues across the aisle shielding them as they are clearly breaking the law? And why is the vice president trying to rewrite the U.S. Constitution by tweet and undermine the judiciary? So obviously, we're in the Oversight Committee and we have a lot of questions, and so do the American people, especially while our colleagues across the aisle are trying to scoop up the savings from the dismantling of these agencies to pay for the largest permanent tax break in American history for billionaires and the folks that they're helping on their side of the aisle. So let me close by saying this directly to Mr. Elon Musk. We are well aware that you are eager to engage with members of Congress on social media, but we're not here to play. If you have serious desire to engage in democracy and transparency, we welcome you to the Oversight Committee. Come and testify in front of the American people under oath, because we want to know what you're up to. So if you're interested in talking to us, then please join us here in the People's House in the House of Representatives. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office called Establishing and Implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency. The EO simply renamed an office in the White House that was actually established by President Obama in 2014 called the U.S. Digital Service. President Trump can have Elon Musk into his Oval Office anytime he likes. I now recognize the chairman of the Oversight Committee, Chairman James Comer.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Greene, for holding today's hearing to launch a war on waste. President Trump won an electoral landslide with a clear mandate from the American people to eliminate Washington waste and stop the theft of American tax dollars. And he is delivering on his promise. President Trump has empowered Elon Musk and Doge to conduct a government-wide audit to identify solutions to curb waste and protect tax dollars. That's exactly what the mission of this committee is supposed to be, and I'm glad that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have found a newfound interest in waste, fraud, and abuse. With a staggering $37 trillion in national debt, we have no time to lose. A key place to start is improper payments. Since 2003, the government has lost $2.7 trillion because of improper payments. Fraudsters, organized criminals, hostile foreign actors, and even government employees have siphoned money away from those who truly qualify for assistance. For years, Republicans and Democrats in the Oversight Committee have condemned this waste. But now that Doge is taking real action, Democrats are choosing to defend the bureaucracy and status quo instead of standing up for the American people. I want to thank Chairwoman Greene for holding this very important hearing, not only to expose the problems, but to find solutions. We stand with President Trump and Doge in the fight to end waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington. With that, I yield back to Subcommittee Chairwoman Greene, and congratulations again, Chairwoman, on holding this first hearing of the Doge Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member on oversight, Mr. Connolly.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for having this first hearing on Doge. You know, improper payments is not a new subject. I remember joining Steve Lynch and then Todd Platts, Republican member from Pennsylvania, in my freshman year, talking about improper payments. At that time, improper payments were in the range of $35 billion a year. They're now in the range of $280 billion a year. And times 10, we could cut almost $3 trillion from the debt if we addressed improper payments in a deliberative way, which GAO has called for in the high-risk category for years. We can also, secondly, enforce the tax code. It's estimated that at least $500 billion a year is left on the table uncollected but owed because of lack of resources in the IRS. Again, times 10 is $5 trillion over a decade. And finally, we can modernize federal IT systems, which we've championed for years on this committee. We know that legacy systems alone could save hundreds of millions of dollars a year in operating and maintenance costs. So if we want to be serious about it, let's be serious about it. But the way not to do it is to fire the people charged with the remit of waste, fraud, and abuse, namely inspectors general. President Trump has already now fired 19, including most recently the USAID Inspector General, who dared to warn that we could lose $500 million of food aid because it's in warehouses not being moved because of the funding freeze that was imposed in AID. That's a cost we need to avoid. And for doing his job, that IG was fired. If we want to be serious, we've got to have objective, neutral inspectors general who are monitoring government waste, fraud, and abuse and expenditures. And I think you would find Democrats more than willing partners in that kind of enterprise if we're going to be serious. But a wrecking crew, a wrecking crane, a wrecking ball is not going to do it, and we're not going to support that approach to waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The President of the United States has the prerogative to fire anyone that has overseen $36 trillion in debt, enslaving the American people, and rightfully so. I'm pleased to welcome today's expert panel of witnesses who each bring unique experience and expertise that will be valuable to today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Haywood Talcove, the Chief Executive Officer for Government at LexisNexis Risk Solutions, Inc. His commitment to customers' needs allows LexisNexis to develop market-leading solutions that have enabled customers to stop fraud, waste, and abuse. Next, we have Mr. Stuart Whitson, the Senior Director of Federal Affairs at the Foundation of Government Accountability. Stuart was previously a special agent in the FBI, a U.S. Army veteran, and now spends his time at FGA advocating to improve welfare, the workforce, and other policy. Next, we have Ms. Dawn Royal, a certified welfare fraud investigator in the state of Wyoming and director for the United Council of Welfare Fraud. She advocates for investigating and preventing fraud of government benefits and has done so over the past 16 years. Finally, we have Mr. Dylan Hetler-Goddett, the Director of Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. Dylan leads advocacy efforts and policy reforms to a wide range of good governance. I thank each of our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Mr. Talcove for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Greene, Ranking Member Stansbury, and distinguished members of the committee, for over a decade, a silent war has been waged against American taxpayers, not with bombs or guns, but with data and technology. Outdated government systems permit criminals to access unlimited sums of money. During the pandemic, they stole $1 trillion. 70% of those dollars went overseas. Shockingly, it's just not criminals exploiting the system. It's the flawed system itself acting as the accomplice. If left unchecked, the U.S. government will continue to lead the world in funding cyber criminals. This is a data and technology problem, and it demands a data-driven response. Criminal syndicates have turned benefit programs into their personal ATM machines, exploiting those in need who wait months for benefits that may never come. These ruthless crooks use our money to fund child trafficking, disperse drugs in our communities, and terrorism. For years, criminal networks have stolen personal information from the public and private sector. They exploit real identities to manipulate antiquated government systems, siphoning off billions in taxpayers' hard-earned money. We continue to pay benefits to deceased and incarcerated individuals, direct money to bad actors flagged on the do not pay list, and overlook duplicate Social Security numbers by not following best practices. During the pandemic, a simple cross-check of PPP loan recipients against IRS records would have exposed massive fraud and prevented payments to transnational criminals who sold their quote-unquote sauce on the dark web. To stop this, we must reclaim control of our systems, not just from the criminal syndicates, but the flawed systems enabling them. Smarter technology, data, and identity verification are not optional. They are necessities to protect taxpayers and ensure aid reaches those who truly need it. Now, the use of AI is fundamentally changing society, but in the hands of criminals, it has become a weapon. Lawbreakers are now using it to supercharge their war on taxpayers. They use AI to create fake identity documents that pass biometric verifications. Bots flood portals with thousands of fraudulent claims per second, and deep fakes that mimic real applicants bypass the outdated NIST 863 standards from 2017. Honest and deserving people seeking access to government benefits suffer through endless application forms that are nearly impossible to navigate. But criminals from Russia, China, and Romania gain access with ease. The private sector has fraud rates below 3%. Meanwhile, the public sector operates at a 20% fraud rate. The solution is clear. It's already used every day to protect consumers. You seamlessly interact with your bank through an app that verifies your identity in milliseconds. There's no excuse for the government to lag if we do the following. Number one, implement identity verification on the front end. Criminals should never receive a dime. Eliminate self-certification. No more honor system for billion-dollar programs. And continuous auditing. Keep verifying because criminals never stop adapting. Pay and chase does not work. Of the $250 billion stolen in pandemic unemployment fraud, less than $5 billion has been recovered. The idea in government that you cannot have speed and security is fiction. I urge Congress to consider making the following legislative changes. Number one, update the 1974 Privacy Act to allow for data sharing and matching. Number two, fund a budget for fraud prevention in each appropriation bill. The USDA spends 1/20th of 1% on fraud prevention. Mandate that individuals caught stealing from entitlement programs pay hefty fines and are removed from the program permanently. And finally, eliminate broad-based categorical eligibility. This committee has a choice: continue losing this war against criminal cartels and nation states, or fight back and save $1 trillion annually. Fraud prevention is not benefit prevention. It's the key to ensuring that every dollar reaches those who truly need it. Hardworking Americans rely on these programs not just to survive, but to build better lives for their families. When criminals exploit the system, they just don't steal money, they steal opportunities. Stopping fraud isn't about denying benefits, it's about protecting them. This crime has two victims. The first are the taxpayers, and the second are those seeking benefits. The fraudsters, cartels, and criminal syndicates are watching this hearing, I'm sure of it. It's time to show them that America will not fund its own destruction. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Talcove.
And we are just listening in there. This is the first meeting of the Department of Government Doge, which is the Department of Government Efficiency. That is a tongue twister. I'm going to get it, I promise. They're having this hearing to feature an ex-FBI agent as well as the director of Welfare Fraud Counsel. President Trump claims efforts have found tremendous fraud and abuse. And we are going to head back to this. We just do have to sneak away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you back out live right now to Washington, D.C., as we are listening in here to the Department of Government Efficiency Subcommittee holding their first hearing focused on war and waste. Let's turn up the sound.
Strung by antiquated regulations, conflicting directives from federal agencies, and the lack of access to technology. Sadly, investigators have also found themselves at odds with the career bureaucrats who recite watered-down facts about fraud in order to promote their political agendas. Specifically, we can look to the career bureaucrats who have historically claimed that the fraud rate in SNAP is less than 1%. The disregard for the value of integrity is evidenced by the less than 1/20th of 1% of the SNAP budget spent on the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud. As part of Medicaid unwinding debacle, the bureaucrats specifically directed states that they, and I quote, cannot recover or recoup the cost of services from a beneficiary, even if they have been found after an administrative hearing or criminal proceeding to have committed Medicaid beneficiary fraud or abuse, end quote. Sadly, it is already apparent that career bureaucrats are not being totally transparent as they attempt to protect spending and broken programs. We fail to understand how mitigating the rampant fraud in Medicaid, SNAP, and other welfare programs stands up or strengthens the welfare programs. Fact is, the opposite is true. Ignoring fraud and gaslighting fraud statistics erodes the very foundations of the programs that are essential to their future viability. There are things this committee can do to help the investigators fighting the war on fraud. Number one, eliminate self-attestation in the application process for all programs. Number two, funding for technology that includes identity verification tools that will help prevent fraud. The current pay and chase model is not sustainable. Number three, immediately implement the National Accuracy Clearinghouse, the NAC, that will provide data to states to prevent duplicate participation in all of the social welfare programs. And four, allocate direct funding with mandates restricting the use of the funding to the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud. In closing, we're at a crossroads. Those of us who have firsthand knowledge of the degree in which public welfare programs are being attacked know that reform is absolutely necessary. Reform to the recipient application process, the billing process in Medicaid, and how SNAP benefits are processed, and how providers and retailers are authorized. We thank you for the opportunity for UCOF to participate in this hearing. We feel that the investigators who are on the front lines fighting the daily battle against the war on fraud need to be at the table and participating in the development of action plans that will make a difference in protecting the programs and defending the taxpayers.
Thank you, Ms. Royal. I now recognize Mr. Whitson for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Greene, Ranking Member Stansbury, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. On the campaign trail, President Trump promised to take on the bloated bureaucracy in D.C., rebuild trust in the DOJ and the FBI, crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse, and restore common sense. And on day one, he started delivering on those promises with a wave of executive orders and the official launch of Doge, which he, of course, tasked Elon Musk to lead. Already, Doge efforts have brought to the public's attention countless examples of wasteful spending, including $59 million paid to luxury hotels in New York to house illegal immigrants, $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. The list goes on. But rather than applauding the work of Doge, the left has launched a coordinated campaign to try to demonize Mr. Musk with the hope of shifting focus away from the disastrous waste, fraud, and abuse that occurred on Biden's watch. But guess what? It's not working. Because no matter what political party people hail from, the vast majority of Americans agree that $10 million worth of food funneled to al-Qaeda was probably not the best use of taxpayer money. But there's another source, a key source of wasteful spending that Doge and the subcommittee should set their sights on next, and that's Medicaid waste and fraud. While initially meant as a program for the truly needy, Medicaid has bloated into a massive welfare program for millions of able-bodied adults lured into the trap of government dependency. And as Medicaid has grown, so too has mismanagement. Today, More than $1 in $5 spent on Medicaid is improper. In Medicaid alone, fraud and mismanagement is on track to cost U.S. taxpayers, get this, more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years. When it comes to the problem of improper payments, the Medicaid program is the biggest culprit, encompassing nearly 1/3 of all federal improper payments. And more than 80% of Medicaid improper payments are due to one thing: eligibility errors. If Congress wants to help President Trump address wasteful spending, then targeting eligibility errors in Medicaid should be one of your top priorities. Bottom line, to address this challenge, Congress can take 3 decisive actions. So first, Congress can strengthen the Medicaid program through legislative action. That would include repealing Biden's disastrous Medicaid streamlining rule, which ties the hands of states trying to remove ineligible enrollees. You can and should do this through reconciliation, and it will produce $164 billion in savings if you do. You can also strengthen verification requirements to ensure only eligible individuals receive benefits and ensure a nationwide NAC is implemented without delay. Second thing Congress can do is help President Trump's Doge effort by ensuring that entrenched partisan bureaucrats don't stand in the way of reform. So Musk and his Doge team have already found hundreds of billions of dollars funneled into wasteful, fraudulent, and flat-out insane projects. But they've only scratched the surface. If this much fraud has been exposed in just a few weeks, imagine what else is buried under layers of red tape and government excuses. But guess what? All of these insane projects have one thing in common. They were all approved and funded by unelected bureaucrats. And these and other entrenched bureaucrats are already pledging to fight against President Trump's efforts to improve government accountability and efficiency. Personnel is policy. And without competent staff to faithfully execute the president's agenda, the Doge project will fail. And this is where Congress can help. Congress can support the president in carrying out his Doge effort by making all executive branch employees at will, codifying the president's authority to fire unproductive or insubordinate agency employees as needed. At the same time, Congress can grant the president authority to permanently eliminate vacant positions and consolidate non-essential positions across agencies and departments to help promote efficiency and put the right people in the right seat. The third thing, Congress can make President Trump's Doge cost-cutting and deregulatory reforms permanent by passing the REINS Act. And so there's only one big problem with the Doge effort. Most of its work can be undone by a future president with the stroke of a pen. To make President Trump's Doge reforms permanent, Congress must act. And the best way to do this is to pass the REINS Act. This would return Article 1 budgetary power of the purse to Congress while promoting deregulation. It would also help lock in the Doge reforms and cement President Trump's legacy as the most consequential deregulatory and cost-cutting president in U.S. history. The American people are watching. It's time for Congress to act. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitson. I now recognize Mr. Hetler Goddett for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Greene, Ranking Member Stansberry, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Dylan Hetler Goddett, and I am the Director of Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today to talk about the critical issue of bringing more accountability and transparency to federal spending, including rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Since our founding in 1981, POGO has been focused on promoting more accountability and rooting out wasteful spending and promoting efficiency, especially at the Department of Defense. We have a long and well-established track record on these issues, and we take a back when it comes to promoting a better and more effective government, which necessarily includes a federal government that is a good and responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. Let's take a moment to pause here to talk a little bit about terms that we're going to hear a lot today and the difference between them. Waste is different from fraud. Fraud is different from abuse, and abuse is different from both. When we talk about improper payments, they are a subset of those other 3 categories. But that doesn't tell us the whole picture either. Sometimes improper payments are a function of bad record keeping. Sometimes they are a function of outdated information technology systems. Sometimes they come about through human error, and sometimes they come about through negligence. There are a variety of reasons why improper payments happen. It just simply is not the case that improper payments are only a function of bad people doing bad things with bad intent. That doesn't mean we shouldn't focus on trying to mitigate improper payments, and that certainly doesn't mean that the American people should not be concerned with how their tax dollars are used. The good news is that there are some time-tested solutions and tools to help mitigate these problems. For example, when we think about the independence of inspectors general, we're talking about a resource that is extraordinarily valuable to the American people. In fiscal year 2023 alone, inspectors general identified over $93 billion worth of potential savings to taxpayers. Whistleblowers are also an incredible resource to the American taxpayer. Through the IRS's whistleblower program alone, billions of dollars have been recouped from tax cheats since the inception of that program in 2007. Whistleblowers have also played an instrumental role in helping the Department of Justice pursue False Claims Act cases that have resulted in billions of dollars in reclaimed settlement costs. It seems to me that if an administration were serious about wanting to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, they would support and resource whistleblowers and inspectors general. They would not demonize them, and they would certainly not fire them en masse in an unlawful midnight purge. There are other reforms we can think about too, reforms that are more technical, but just as important. Key statutes such as the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act, the Data Act, and critical platforms like usaspending.gov were really important improvements and innovations when they came about, but they are in need of overhaul and reform. Currently, the status quo is that we have an extraordinarily hard time tracking federal dollars from end to end. This is due in large part to a broken chain of data collection, of reporting information, and the ability to monitor and track in real time what is happening with federal dollars. This informational black hole is where a lot of impropriety happens. It's where waste, fraud, and abuse live. And yes, this is where improper payments often happen. But more importantly, we also don't have a good, clear, and consistent way of understanding what is happening with tax dollars at the end point. What is the impact that we're having? What is the return on investment that we're having? We now have an annual budget of close to $7 trillion a year. We can't say with any degree of clarity and consistency what we're getting for all of that money. We have some more good news, though. There are bipartisan efforts, and there have been for years, to try and clean up this situation. We at POGO have had the privilege and pleasure of working on some of those initiatives. We were a part of the Federal Taxpayers' Right to Know Act being passed into law just a couple of years ago, which created for the very first time a program inventory of all the programs in the federal government, and that would be available to the public. We have worked with a member of this very committee, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, to introduce a piece of legislation that would bring more transparency to federal subaward reporting. We have supported and endorsed multiple pieces of legislation that take direct aim at the improper payments issue. We also have additional ideas that don't yet have congressional champions. One proposal is to clean up and modernize and standardize the award descriptions that are available in USA Spending to make them more useful and relevant. We have another proposal to harmonize the amount of data and information we collect between contract spending and non-contract spending. We stand ready, willing, and able to work with anybody who wants to work with us on these common sense solutions. Lastly, I want to put in a quick word for Congress.
Yeah.
And specifically, I want to
The gentleman's time has expired.
Apologies.
Yes.
And we were just listening in there to the first Department of Government Efficiency subcommittee hearing on the war on waste. And President Trump has claimed efforts have found tremendous fraud and abuse. However, Democrats are continuing to push back, questioning Doge's legality. On the other side of this 2-minute break, we are going to head back to this discussion. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us on your Wednesday. We're going to head back out to this live event again, as this is Congress's first Doge subcommittee meeting, as it's called the War on Waste. And we've been listening in here. That's Chairwoman Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene speaking right now.
Ms. Royal, your testimony states that many programs operate under essentially an honor system in which applicants need not verify their identity, income, residency, or other key eligibility factors. You call this a trust everyone instead of a trust by verify approach. Does this mean the federal government in some states are giving out billions of dollars to individuals without verifying who they are or whether they meet program eligibility requirements?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
That's outrageous. Do states have enough incentive to prevent fraud and to recover improper payments?
No, and in fact, states are hesitant to spend their state dollars to protect federal dollars.
Would greater investment in program integrity efforts yield a positive return for taxpayers?
Yes, it could easily be self-funding.
Amazing. Mr. Whitson, your testimony states that both the Biden and Obama administrations issued rules and guidance that made it harder for states to verify eligibility for Medicaid. You say that repealing Biden's Medicaid streamlining rule would save $164 billion over 10 years because the rule restricts eligibility verification that states can perform. Can you explain why this rule is so costly?
Yeah, so the rule does a number of things, but for instance, it prohibits states from verifying eligibility more than once a year. So for non-disabled folks to just go in and look and say, hey, are you still eligible for the program? It says you are forbidden from doing that any more often than once a year. And so obviously people's lives change, and so they may become ineligible, and so it's designed to keep them on the program. Another thing, it prohibits in-person or phone interviews to verify their identity. So people apply for it, and then the person on the other end says, well, I just want to call and make sure this is a real person, not someone in another country or whatever. The rule prohibits that. And so there's a number of other provisions. It also opens a lengthy reconsideration periods, and this is where illegal immigrants are able to obtain the benefits. And so basically it says once you get these benefits, you can't interfere with it for a 90-day period or longer. And so there's a number of horrible things. But.
So we can't verify if someone is illegal or legal receiving benefits. Just to correct that, yes or no?
You have to wait a state has to wait at least 90 days. And actually what we're seeing is it's led some states to wait as long as 13 years. And so on the part.
Unbelievable. My time has expired. Thank you very much. I now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me congratulate you and also Ms. Stansbury on your new positions. And I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony. We've already heard some good ideas about how to work together. And Mr. Hetler-Gaudette, I, for one, would be most open to working with POGO and trying to work on some of the legislative ideas that you have to actually get at some of this waste, fraud, and abuse. Since this is my first opportunity to speak in this new subcommittee as the representative for the 8th Congressional District in Massachusetts, I want to first of all make clear that my primary purpose in seeking appointment to this subcommittee is for the singular and sacred purpose to defend our democracy, which I believe is under attack in this country, and to uphold my oath to support and defend the Constitution against those who might secretly or openly seek its destruction. Make no mistake, this is a moment for representative democracy. This is a test of our resolve. In the coming days and weeks, we will all get to decide whether we stand with a couple of billionaires who, despite their own financial successes, still harbor such grievances in their hearts that after all that democracy has provided to them, they remain animated by the desire to dismantle this democratic government and to punch down at some of the weakest and most vulnerable in our society. Two men who clearly understand that the easiest way to incite large numbers of people is to use social media to exploit the dynamic forces of hatred and fear. Madam Chair, if we're going after waste, fraud, and abuse, let's start with abuse. Abuse of power As of yesterday, there were 55 lawsuits under consideration by the federal courts across our nation as a result of Elon Musk's and President Trump's unlawful acts. Many of those lawsuits have already been sustained by the federal district courts and orders have been rendered to undo those unlawful acts. But this is just the beginning, and Congress has an important role to play, and I, for one, look forward to that opportunity. This is a moment of great consequence for our country and for our democracy, and I remain grateful to the good people of the 8th Congressional District of Massachusetts who sent me here. Mr. Hetler-Gaudette, again, happy to join you on some of your efforts. POGO has worked very closely with our IG community, is that right, the Inspector Generals?
Yeah, that's correct, Congressman.
I know your work is very much similar to what we ask our Inspectors Generals to undertake. I want to ask you, what do you think? So in the most recent report from the Inspector Generals, and this is the Council of the Inspector Generals, a nonpartisan group on integrity and efficiency in government, they identified more than $93 billion in potential savings. So the first thing that President Trump did coming into office was to fire 17 agency inspectors general. What can you tell us from POGO's standpoint? What does that do to our ability to identify and root out waste, fraud, and abuse?
Thank you, Congressman. I would say, to put it simply, it completely undermines our ability to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Inspector General exists for essentially one purpose, and they were originally created in the immediate aftermath of Watergate, and I think you all probably do not need me to give you a history lesson at all on what happened in the Watergate era. There's a reason they were created at that time, because there was a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse happening, and there were not cops on the beat that were internal, that were independent, that were situated in agencies to be able to find these things and expose them and do something about them. That's what Inspector General exists to do. So it's completely anathema to, I'd say anathema to any stated mission to find cost savings and to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, to fire Inspector General and to undermine them. It makes no sense. Those two things do not add up.
Thank you very much. The firings that occurred when President Trump came to office included the Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction, Mr. Sopko. I actually did over 20 trips to Afghanistan working with him. He actually uncovered $4 billion in savings in rooting out American taxpayer waste being conducted in Afghanistan. The IG at the Department of Defense, the agency—
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. Thank you.
All right, again, continuing that conversation there out of Washington, D.C., as we're hearing the Department of Government Efficiency's first subcommittee hearing called the War on Waste. Again, Democrats continue to push back, questioning Doge's legality. However, President Trump claims efforts have found tremendous fraud and abuse. And today they will also be discussing Biden-Harris administration policies, as well as Medicaid spending and pandemic-era spending as well. We do have to get in our last 2-minute break of the hour. Much more live events to come on the other side. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us for the top of the hour, my name is Christy Matino. We have a lot of live events going on out of the nation's capital today. I am going to show you a shot there. As you can see, there is a lot of snow. So in just a little bit here, the Senate will be voting on the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. Set to start here momentarily. The greatest uncertainty surrounding the nomination was that snow, whether the bad weather might delay the vote. Senate leaders announced last night that it had been shifted to this morning from shortly after midnight. So we are awaiting that. We will take that coverage when it does start. In the meantime, though, I do want to pivot back to this live event we have been showing you. Also out of Washington, D.C., this is the Department of Government Efficiency holding this subcommittee hearing on the war on waste. They're talking about government spending. Let's listen in.
70% of that money went overseas. And I can give you some examples. In a Western state, they had more people applying for unemployment insurance benefits than they had individuals over 18. The people that were stealing the money from Romania were using it to facilitate other fraud schemes that include fentanyl, that include doing things to impact our democracy. On the insider threat, right, the first thing you have to say, and my dad was a public servant, is 99% of people that work in the public sector are honest, hardworking individuals. But there are some, and what you need is data and technology to root that out. There were examples during the pandemic. There were some examples even of last week where people got into the Medicaid system in a Western state and stole $50 million in less than 4 months. So you have to have these controls in place, right? These aren't individuals stealing, Mr. Cloud. These are organized criminal groups, both domestic and transnational.
That, as you mentioned, taxpayers are being forced to fund the demise of our own country. Mr. Whitson, I wanted to ask you, because there's a lot of talk about reconciliation right now. You mentioned Medicaid and what could be done to bring a pretty substantial amount of savings, and this is without affecting those who truly need Medicaid and for what the purpose of the program was extended for. Now,
the gentleman's time has expired. Okay. Does the witness want to answer the question?
No, only to say that, yes, there's a tremendous amount of savings that can be found from the streamlining rule, but also work requirements in the program is another big area that can be done in reconciliation, and that could save a significant amount as well, $241 billion in federal spending over 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. And I want to just start off by making something clear. I think we're all here to fight against the lies, the corruptions, and the attacks on our social safety net. Now, we should in no way be cooperating with House Republicans who want to shut down the Department of Education and destroy Medicare and Medicaid. And we should not stand by as the richest man on the planet gives himself and his companies huge tax cuts while the American people get absolutely nothing. Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Greene, is in charge of running this committee. Now, in the last Congress, Chairwoman Greene literally showed a dick pic in our oversight congressional hearing, so I thought I'd bring one as well. Now, this, of course, we know is President Elon Musk. He's also the world's richest man. He was the biggest political donor in the last election. He has billions of dollars in conflicts of interest, and we know that he is leading a power grab also abided by and encouraged by Donald Trump and, of course, the chairwoman, Congresswoman Greene. But I also want to run through what Doge actually is going to do. It's a demolition plan that's going to run through our government. Doge is trying to abolish the Department of Education. That means opportunities denied to kids. It means you're ripping away opportunities for children with disabilities who are dependent on this money. You're also halting medical research, which is also critical, which we have to also stop. The idea that we're going to eliminate or destroy the Department of National Institutes of Health, NIH, is crazy. Let's talk about the Department of Labor. We're talking about protections for working people across this country, where people can actually complain about abuses their companies are making against them and their coworkers. Workers are now going to be in danger. And let's also talk about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, another huge issue for us. Think about the scammers and fraudsters that will be empowered across this country because Elon Musk wants, essentially, these companies have more power over consumers and over people across this country. Look at the Centers for Disease and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That is actually what's being discussed partly today. Healthcare, we're talking about being denied to millions of poor people, working class people across this country. And now, of course, they're on to their largest target, the U.S. Social Security Administration. We're talking about the destruction of the actual social safety net in this country. We know that 1 in 5 Americans collect Social Security, seniors, disabled people. This entire plan is about hurting the American social safety net and destroying our institutions. And it's important that we actually call out what is happening at this subcommittee. This is not about working with the richest man on the planet. This is actually about empowering. This committee wants to empower the richest person in the world to hurt people so they can take all of this money that they so-called want to save and then give it to themselves, their companies, and their billionaire friends. That is the attack that is happening in this committee and across this country, and it's important that we call it out. We also know, of course, that Elon Musk is sending his unqualified Doge staff to carry out this agenda across all these agencies. And in some cases, actually teenage staffers. No accountability, no experience, and problematic records. They're trying to rob you, and they're probably a minor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it sad that my colleagues across the aisle can't take this seriously. We have $36 trillion in debt. We run an annual almost $2 trillion deficit. When I got elected 6 years ago, we had $21 trillion in debt. So in 6 years, we've added over $15 trillion to the debt. And guess what? President Trump ran on fixing this problem. President Trump told the American people he would right the ship financially, and he said during the campaign that Elon Musk was going to be the person to lead this charge, the man that has turned business after business around. He's the richest man on the planet because he succeeds at his endeavors, and that's why President Trump has appointed him the head of this effort. This is a very serious problem, and it's incredibly hypocritical that my colleagues across the aisle are complaining about this because Joe Biden signed his name and wanted the American people to believe that he had the ability to forgive $250 billion with a signature. Guess what? Supreme Court ruled he did not. That's our system of checks and balances. The president, Biden, he clearly was experiencing cognitive decline. He didn't even have the ability to be charged with a crime as determined by his own Department of Justice. But he signs his name and he thinks it gives $250 billion away, redistributes taxpayer dollars. It's just crazy that we can't come together to address the greatest national security threat facing this country, our debt. Now to the task at hand, Medicaid fraud. Mr. Talcove, if we implement enhanced identity verification and enhanced income verification, what will happen? How much money will we save?
You'll save hundreds of billions of dollars. Identity verification, elimination of self-certification, and monitoring beneficiaries will prevent these transnational criminal groups from accessing those systems at scale so legitimate people who need the benefits can get them in a timely fashion.
So we're going to get actual benefits to people, to American citizens that are in need faster, because if you do it electronically through web-based, like they did in Missouri, where the pilot program saved almost 20% of Medicaid dollars. So all we have to do is adopt what has already been proven in Missouri, and we'll save 20%. To the people out there listening, we spend almost $900 billion every year on Medicaid. And if 20% of that is saved, that's almost $200 billion. We got a $1.8 trillion annual deficit. We just knocked off $200 billion. Let's keep this train going. the fact that the Democrats are filing lawsuit after lawsuit to impede the efforts of President Trump to right our fiscal ship is unforgivable. It's unforgivable. Mr. Talkov, you talked about pandemic fraud. I have a bill that would cause the IRS to share data with the Small Business Administration and the FBI and the Department of Justice that would show that you were ineligible for PPP loans, and you got them. So I think that would save probably $100 billion. Do you think that we should go back and take money away from people that fraudulently got COVID money?
Yeah. During the pandemic, the PPP program was a virtual buffet for fraudsters, and it was because of that 1974 Privacy Act, where data sharing and matching is virtually impossible. Congress needs to change that.
But we can do it retroactively. We can do it retroactively. We can find the people that stole this money, hold them accountable, probably get some of the money back. So I already have that bill filed. That bill, I think, would probably get $100 billion. So now we got enhanced identity verification, enhanced income verification that has been proven in Missouri. It does work. So I'm working on that bill. We're going to drop it soon. That's $200 billion. There's a competition in Congress. I think we should have a competition on this committee. I got $300 billion in savings proposed. We got to all pull our weight because we have such a massive problem right now. But I would just ask my colleagues across the aisle to get out of the way if you don't want to help. If you don't want to help right the fiscal ship in this country, get out of the way. Stop filing lawsuit after lawsuit. We do not have the financial ability to continue down this path, and we're going to save this country with or without you. You can kick and scream all the way, or you can get out of the way. I prefer the former. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
All right, we are going to pause briefly there. Again, that is the Department of Government Efficiency holding their first meeting here on government spending. But we do want to go away for a break because we are awaiting this to start soon. The Senate will be voting on the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. Set to start here shortly. We have been listening in here off air. My producer's been listening in to see when this is going to kick off here. And so far, we've just been hearing speakers coming up. We just heard from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer as well. So keeping an eye on that for you. When that does start, we will pivot. So we are going to go away for that break. We got to sneak these in so that when this does start, we can bring you continuous coverage. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Again, a very busy day in Washington, D.C. That's where we've been bringing you a lot of these live events. And this one, do want to let you know we are keeping an eye on. Before the break, I mentioned this is the Senate floor. Senate soon to vote here on the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. I did want to share this X post, though. This is from Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, as he's kind of detailing the layout for what's going to go on here today. He breaks it down pretty well. So he says at 11 a.m. Eastern time today, as we've been telling you, we'll move to the floor to confirm Tulsi Gabbard for DNI. Then we'll formally invoke cloture on Robert Kennedy Jr., but debate will be limited as if clock started. That is set to happen here after this vote on Tulsi Gabbard. The Senate is planning to take a procedural vote on whether to advance the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary. A final confirmation vote would follow in the coming days. I did also just want to break down here what cloture means because some people may not know, right? And legal terms can be confusing. So I do want to break it down here. It's basically a process aimed at bringing debate to an end. So a bit of a history lesson. The Senate tradition of unlimited debate has allowed for the use of a filibuster, which is used to delay a debate or a vote or on a bill. But in 1917, the Senate adopted a procedure called the cloture as a way to find an end to a debate and vote on a measure. So that is the goal here today when it comes to Robert Kennedy Jr. So letting you know, keeping an eye on all of that to start out of Washington, D.C. But for now, we did want to pivot back to another live event that we have been showing you here. I am going to just turn down the sound quickly as I explain what we're listening into. This is the Department of Government Efficiency as they are having their first subcommittee hearing right now on government spending. We've been listening into this throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue this conversation as we do await other events to start.
People are $36 trillion in debt. It certainly seems reasonable that someone has been fired. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
You're going to put us further in debt with your billionaire tax
cuts. You're not recognized. Mr. Burchett, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. The gravy train for a lot of these folks, it's been on biscuit wheels, and it's about to run off the dadgum tracks, and it's about time. Could you imagine standing up here and defending waste, fraud, and abuse? But I think that's what we're seeing. When people squeal and don't ask questions, I think it shows the American public what the heck's going on. And that little gravy train is getting ready to run out. The spigot is getting ready to be turned off. Mr. Talcove, that's correct how you say your name, brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. How can the federal government improve identity verification for these entitlement programs?
Yeah, it's doing what the private sector does every single day, whether you use your bank, you go to Amazon, using those tools and moving away from some of the dated compliance standards that the federal government uses. NIST IAL 863, 2017, before there was anything called deepfakes and generative AI tools.
I was informed that PayPal has never been, they've never been able to crack into that and steal people's vital information. Are they using those systems that you would be favorable towards that government seems to be shying away from?
Yes, sir.
And describe that, how that works.
They're systems that are based on encryption. They use technology and they use data to validate you are who you say you are. The people that are stealing right now, I believe a lot of them are actually ghosts from China, Russia, Nigeria, and Romania.
I read a report today that North Korea was involved in this, in some of that as well.
They are.
And those people are our enemies. Again, they'll hate us for free. We don't have to give them taxpayer money. And are there loopholes that can be closed to avoid these improper payments? And I wish you'd describe those to me.
Right. The biggest, most important thing, particularly in the benefit program space, is the use of self-certification. As Mr. Timmons noted, the state of Missouri is using a solution called Steady IQ to validate wages and wealth. You cannot allow individuals to provide the information based upon what they think. It has to be based on what you know, and that will stop the ghosts from using people's identities to steal money from U.S. taxpayers.
How much money do you calculate is
Mr.
wasted
Cotton.
due to waste, fraud, and abuse in the entitlement programs each year?
Yeah, my number right now between federal, state, and local government is you can save $1 trillion a year by simply putting in front-end identity verification, eliminating self-certification, and monitoring the back end of the programs that are providing the benefits. Those three things.
You said you could eliminate that, but there are others you feel like some more low-hanging fruit?
I would start with those three things because they're simple. That'll take that 20% fraud rate that you're seeing in the public sector down below 5%.
Chair Lady, I would suggest that we adopt Mr. Timmons' legislation and get that out of the committee as fast as possible. What actions also could Congress take to fix these problems quickly?
Yeah, I think the first thing is updating and redoing the 1974 Privacy Act. That is virtually impossible to do data matching. It's very difficult to have data shared. And when you look back at the pandemic, data sharing and data matching would have stopped probably 50% of the $1 trillion that was stolen from taxpayers.
Any of y'all like to add anything to that?
Congressman, I would just add that rather than accepting self-attestation, that states should have to be required to actually verify people's identities. And here's the key part: before they get enrolled. They shouldn't get enrolled and then eventually come down later on down the road.
It's amazing to me. I have a doctor's appointment back in Knoxville, and the verification process is very extensive. It's more so than the federal government requires for any of this. What type of computer systems are these agencies using, and do they need updating?
They're using very dated technology, but they're also burdened. I look at the USDA, 6.2 million words in a 10,000-page document that shows how to implement the rules of the program. Nobody can figure that out. So one of the things that I think has to happen is the simplification of these processes and systems, and then just use the technology that we use every day in the private sector.
Okay, thank y'all so much for being here.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Chair Lady.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Talcove, I'm just going to go ahead and pick up where you left off really quickly. Just to be clear, the upgrades that you're talking about as it relates to our data processes, these aren't things that would be free, are they? They would cost some kind of money. Not looking for a number, but they will cost, correct?
Some are free and some would cost money.
Okay. All right. So I just want to leave it there because we've had a number of these hearings. So I do want to be clear, before the Trump administration came in, this committee did exist in the form of the Oversight Committee, and our task is to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. In that vein, we had a number of hearings, at least last term. I can't speak for any other term as I'm only in my sophomore term. And we dealt with improper payments. And interestingly enough, our chairwoman, who is so passionate about this today, she missed every single one of those improper payment hearings. But just to be clear, I was there, so I don't want anyone to believe that Democrats just come to work and don't plan to do work. In fact, I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that the Republicans believe our job is, because right now they have relinquished their constitutional duties over to an unelected bureaucrat, someone who no one went out to vote for. And absolutely, he is occupying the Oval Office, as we saw yesterday. And that is a first for me, to see someone occupying the Oval Office who's never actually been elected to the Oval Office and actually answering more questions than the person that allegedly got elected. But for whatever reason, this is the first time we're having a Doge subcommittee hearing, and that guy's not here. Instead, we have y'all. So I do want to thank you for coming. But I will say this. It's also interesting to me that in the first few days of Doge existing, we know that they are trying to get rid of the Department of Education, USAID, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're laying off FAA workers. They are going after the FDA, the CDC, the HHS, the FBI agents, and they're talking about getting rid of FEMA. And they brought y'all in. And I am going to say that I actually was shocked that there was only one person that seemed like he was an overt Trumper as you laid out your opening remarks, because I anticipated that at least one of y'all would say, yes, what Elon is doing is exactly what we would prescribe. But instead, I will applaud you because you actually were focused. You talked about what the American people are looking for us to do. We've actually consistently on this side of the aisle promoted this idea of making investments into technology so that we can do things such as, say, look at the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense that takes up approximately, 50% of our discretionary income, or our discretionary spending, approximately 50% goes to Department of Defense. Department of Defense has not been able to pass an audit in the last 6 audits, and we're not talking about pennies. I understand that we want everything to be perfect, and if we could get all waste, fraud, and abuse out, that would be fantastic. But let me talk about the big numbers. The big numbers are on that side. When we look at, say, our entire workforce, our federal workforce, as we're trying to somehow fire all of them, they don't even make up a total of 5%. It's even less than that when we look at our budget. But let's talk about defense. That just happens to be the same side of the ledger that Mr. Musk gets the vast majority of his money from. In fact, at the same time that they were unlawfully, and we will stay in court, because on this side, we believe in law and order. We believe in, a number of us are actually lawyers, but nevertheless, we understand the Constitution. We believe in that as well. And so there's things such as, impoundment, right? Because as Mr. Whitson said, he said, we need to return the power of the purse to Congress. It never left. According to the Constitution, that's where it's at. Now, I know that people are confused right now because for whatever reason, we had a guy that went in, and you talk about people invading our data. Listen, people said that they were upset about TikTok, but I'm upset about the guy that runs Twitter, who for sure is doing nefarious things, because I don't understand, if you are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. In fact, it was only techies that were sitting there at inauguration. We didn't have auditors. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits. In fact, he sat there in the Oval Office yesterday and he admitted that he was lying, and he was using his propaganda machine to do it when he said that we sent millions of dollars to Gaza for condoms. That was a lie. So let me tell you something.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
All right, we are going to pause that coverage. That was Representative Jasmine Crockett speaking there at the first Doge Committee's hearing on government spending. However, we did want to pivot our coverage right now as we are awaiting this Senate vote for Tulsi Gabbard to be confirmed as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence. You can see on the clock there that unofficial tally just at about 5 minutes remaining right now. So we are going to turn up the sound here and listen and see what we can hear.
Smith. Aye. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Marshall? Aye. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Booker, no.
And you can see right now we are listening in as the Senate is voting on the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. Those votes still coming in right now. So what we are going to do is go away for a 2-minute break. You won't miss anything. We'll head right back to this in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And we are heading right back out to this Senate vote for Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation as Director of National Intelligence.
Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
And they are still tallying those votes, so we are going to go away for another 2-minute break. We'll be back shortly. Hopefully we have those results soon. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out live right now as we are listening in as the Senate is voting on Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation for Director of National Intelligence.
Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett. No.
It's like a fine enough state.
Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley. Aye.
Okay. Yeas are 52, nays are 48. Nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately notify of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President, I move to waive the mandatory quorum with respect to the Kennedy nomination.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. of California to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. A quorum is present. The question. What you want to do? The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. of California to be Secretary of Health and Human Services shall be brought to a close?
All right, and we were just listening in there as Tulsi Gabbard has been confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence. And you actually did just hear them segueing now as they're going to formally invoke cloture on Robert Kennedy, Jr. And that is set to happen here right now. So what we're going to do is go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to head right back to that. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you back out to Capitol Hill, where moments ago, Tulsi Gabbard was confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence. And right now, the Senate has pivoted because now they're taking this procedural vote on whether to advance the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is another one of President Trump's cabinet picks as Health Secretary. So again, moments ago, Tulsi Gabbard confirmed. We have now moved on to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We are going to turn up the sound and listen in.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Thanks. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Capito, Kramer, Curtis, Fisher, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Thank you. Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, and Smith. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Murray, no.
We are listening in live to the roll call vote for a motion to invoke cloture on the nomination of RFK Jr. for Secretary of Health and Human Services. So this would essentially end a filibuster, and the Senate would then move on to actually vote on the nomination. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing this live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I do want to head back live to the Senate floor as we continue to watch the roll call vote for the motion to invoke cloture on the nomination of R.F. Kennedy Jr. for Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hirono, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of California to be Secretary.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon, sorry.
Mr. President, as we begin this discussion that is so important to America, I thought I would just mention the conversation I had recently with a couple of young medical students who came up to me and said, you know, we know you're interested in health care and have been involved in this, and I'm so appreciative of Senator Murray, who's going to pick up on the health care issue, an area where she has very substantial experience and expertise. And I thought these medical students summed up this debate, because they said, the way we see this Kennedy nomination, it's not just a vote for next week or even next year. This is a vote with enormous impact for decades, because Mr. Kennedy, according to these young students, these young medical students, has a long record of essentially being anti-science. And what we're going to do in our discussion of his nomination is go into that and other issues.
We are listening in there as the Senate has just voted to advance the nomination of RFK Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary. They are now going to go into the discussion portion ahead of the vote itself. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing this breaking news. And we also have more breaking news to let you know about after the break involving President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I do have some breaking news out of the White House as you take a live look of the White House itself on this snowy Wednesday afternoon, as President Trump has just gotten off the phone with Russian President Vladimir Putin, now inviting him to the United States. And I wanted to share some social media posts that President Trump just shared on Truth Social, and that is this right here. President Trump saying, quote, "I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II, remembering that Russia lost tens of millions of people and we likewise lost so many. We each talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together. But first, as we both agreed, we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia and Ukraine." Going on to say this, quote, "President Putin even used my very strong campaign motto of common sense. We both believe very strongly in it. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We have also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately, and we will begin by calling President Zelensky of Ukraine to inform him of the conversation, something I will be doing right now. I have asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of the CIA John Ratcliffe, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Ambassador and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to lead the negotiations, which I feel strongly will be successful. Millions of people have died in a war that would not have happened if I were president, but it did happen, so it must end. No more lives should be lost. I want to thank President Putin for his time and effort with respect to this call and for the release yesterday of Mark Fogel, a wonderful man that I personally greeted last night at the White House. I believe this effort will lead to a successful conclusion, hopefully soon. Another live look right here of the White House as President Trump met with Mark Fogel yesterday, an American history teacher who was deemed wrongfully detained by Russia. He was released and returned to the U.S. in what the White House described as a diplomatic thaw that could advance negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. Now, the Kremlin saying that a Russian citizen was freed in the United States in exchange for Moscow's release of Mark Fogel, but did not identify that particular individual until he arrives in Russia, quote, in the coming days. Steve Witkoff, a special envoy for President Trump, left Russia with Fogel, bringing him to the White House late yesterday. We shared video of that exchange, and President Trump welcomed him home. Fogel saying, quote, "I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now," as he stood next to President Trump with an American flag around his shoulders. So breaking news, as we now know that President Trump has invited Russian President Putin to D.C., also saying in his statement that he plans on also traveling to Russia. There was no timeline in terms of when these visits might happen, but according to President Trump, they are working to expedite the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine, stating that too many lives have been lost and that the war must end. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break of the hour. After that, heading back to Capitol Hill as the Senate now debating the nomination of RFK Jr. We'll be right back. We continue our live coverage on the Senate floor as senators are now debating ahead of a vote to confirm RFK Jr. as health secretary. We continue our live coverage right now.
Colleagues are going to regret voting, if they do, for Mr. Kennedy today or early this morning. And when disease rates for illnesses that have effective vaccines start to rise in states across the country and death tolls, mount, again, we will see Republicans say, this is something that could have been prevented. What else should we have done? Republicans will be responsible for every child that dies as a result of not being vaccinated, because it seems they care more about staying in the good graces of Donald Trump than they do about protecting the lives of kids. Again, this is something they will regret for years to come. Now, before we turn to Senator Murray's remarks, I'd just like to touch on Mr. Kennedy's stance on reproductive choice, an area where Senator Murray has been our leader for years and years in the Senate. In the lead up to and during his failed presidential campaign, Mr. Kennedy repeatedly claimed he supported a woman's right to make her own health care decisions. Less than a year ago, in an Instagram post on June 14th last year, he stated that he supports the emerging consensus in this country that abortion should be legal up to a certain number of weeks. Fast forward to his confirmation again at the Senate Finance Committee a few weeks ago. He was pressed repeatedly by Democrats about his stance on abortion. Instead of clarifying, Mr. Kennedy defaulted to a clearly rehearsed talking point that he repeated over and over again. Quote, "I agree with President Trump. Every abortion is a tragedy." While that answer doesn't give us much clarity, it's certainly telling. Mr. Kennedy has a long history of changing his stance on health care issue after health care issue to whatever position benefits him at the moment, as long as it earns him power or it earns him a paycheck. As far as I can tell, Mr. Kennedy will believe, or at least pretend to believe, whatever you want him to. He's willing to give up his principles and all of his beliefs that women and mothers are better equipped to make their own health care decisions than politicians. And it's all about, as we've talked about on this floor, staying in Donald Trump's orbit of power. While Mr. Kennedy recites rehearsed talking points on the subject, this is an issue that has had real, deadly consequences for women, as Senator Murray has said again and again. Donald Trump spent his first term packing the Supreme Court with right-wing extremists willing to rip away the reproductive freedoms guaranteed